situations. And so it was a tragic situation, Judge, and you'll hear testimony. We have the detective here, we have several responding officers here, and so you'll hear about that as well. But the harm associated with 1145 is not just limited to violent incidents. 1145 has also terrorized the Peachtree Hills neighborhood and the surrounding property, and has shown a propensity to disregard many of the obligations to operate. And for example, like I showed you on that map, Judge, the club sits right on Peachtree Street. And on multiple occasions, their operation has blocked the traffic on Peachtree Street, disrupts the flow of the traffic and flow of businesses on the surrounding properties. The evidence will also show, we have folks from the community here, show that the illegal operations of the nightclub have regularly resulted in the emission of loud, noisy music from the club blaring at decibel levels sufficient enough to disturb the peace and enjoyment of the residential property owners up to a mile away. And you'll hear from them during the course of this trial, Judge. Next, we're going to talk about, I'm going to talk about nuisance for a minute, because that's kind of what this action is briefed in, couched in. And we briefed this nuisance issue in the trial brief we have, and like I said, Judge, my part will kind of go through the relevant Georgia case law on nuisance in closing. But plain and simple, Judge, the operation of 1145 constitutes a public nuisance because of its negative impacts on the community at large. Under state law, OCGA 4112 states that a public nuisance is one which damages all persons who come within the sphere of its operation, although it may vary in its effects on individuals. Now, in interpreting that, Judge, this language is not used in the sense that every person in the area must have actually been hurt or injured in order to show a public nuisance. It is sufficient if the injuries of those who are injured in the public who may actually come in contact with it. And there's a case, it's Atlanta Processing Code v. Brown, that's 271 Georgia 203, that's a 1971 case, Judge. And it says that a public nuisance exists if the act complained of affects rights which are common to all in a particular area. Now, this court has the authority to issue an injunction if a nuisance is found. And this authority is derived in case law, but it's also, in statutory law, but it's also derived in case law. And the Georgia Supreme Court has upheld that a superior court has the right to determine that a property constitutes a public nuisance, and when that use of that property as a club or lounge has negatively affected the rights of all in a common in particular area, they can shut it down. There's a case, another Court of Appeals case, that's Moreland v. Cheney, and that's going to be controlling throughout, Judge, and that's 267 Georgia 469. That's a 1997 case. And in that case, there were pervasive problems with guns and fights and significant traffic congestion, loud music, littering, and all those instances were held to be sufficient to be determined that a public nuisance exists, and the injunction was granted. Further, Your Honor, the city has the right to bring this nuisance under the provisions of its own municipal ordinances that you'll hear, since the property is dangerous to the health, safety, and general welfare of the people of the city, especially the ones who come within the sphere of its operation. In the multitude of the criminal activity and ordinance violations thus constitute a public nuisance. And that's important, Judge, because you'll also hear testimony that that 1145 has code violations related to their occupancy, fire violations, as well as building violations. There also have no water right now. There's no water at the establishment. And so that affects the health and safety and welfare of anyone who were to come in there if you were to not grant the injunction. They don't have any water right now, and that's because they're delinquent to the city about $80,000.
What?
I believe the testimony will show it's about $78,000, Judge.
Okay.
The respondents have harmed and will likely continue to harm the public and the residents of the community and patrons of 1145 unless such use is abated by this court. This is the adequate remedy at law, Judge, and I know the respondents may argue that there's other relief available to the city, and respectfully and historically, those other remedies have perpetuated a long appeals process to where businesses or clubs that the city has tried to shut down are allowed to stay open while the appeals process plays out. And which is different than your power here, because even though an injunction may be subject to an appeal, you have the discretion to allow it to stay open or close pending that appeal. And so this is our remedy, and all the other remedies that may be put forth may deal with taking the alcohol license, but it doesn't enjoin the use on the property. And that's what we are seeking here. We're seeking total enjoyment. And so all the alternative remedies just not get it done for the city. Judge, there's no other important function other than the police and the fire functions that a municipality has than to bring actions like this. The city bears the responsibility of bringing this action for the benefit and interest of the citizens to prevent further harm, to make sure that what happened on Mother's Day does not happen again. And the city has to act. They have used tremendous resources trying to police this place, but they are not 1145's private security company. Atlanta Police Department is not that. They cannot be that. They have to provide police services to a whole city. And so you'll hear from several persons from the community, business owners, that agree that this is a nuisance property that needs to be shut down. And so I know I said a lot there, Judge. So what is our ask here? What do we want from you today? And what are we seeking? And so quite plainly, at the end of evidence and in closing, we're going to ask that the city is granted their relief, their injunctive relief and their declaratory relief pursuant to OCGA 941 and 91165. We're going to ask you to declare this property a nuisance. We're going to ask you to issue the injunction to shut it down. We're going to ask that the respondents be prohibited from the operation of 1145, specifically because Mr. DeFay has shown that he is a bad actor in this nightclub industry in Atlanta, that he does not take the responsibility serious, that we're going to ask that specifically Mr. DeFay or any entity he controls now or in the future be prohibited from operating a business on the property. And that's any business, Judge. And so that's going to be our ask, and we appreciate all your time this morning. And with that, that concludes my opening, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Terry Bailey on behalf of 1145 Lounge, LLC, Sovereign Entertainment, Inc., and Ms. Shadafi. And I'll let the landlord's attorney introduce herself and her client as well.
Hi, Your Honor. My name is Deborah Yates. I represent Bennett Street Properties. And I have Frank Brown, who is, Jack Brown, sorry, who is the representative of the property.
Okay, thank you. Would you pronounce your name one more time for me? Would you pronounce your name one more time for me?
Deborah, D-E-B-O-R-A-H. Last name is Yates, Y-A-T-E.
Oh, Yates. Okay, I'm
Yates.
sorry. I just missed one of
Sorry.
those. That's okay. Thank you.
That's my accent.
Go ahead.
And as the city is presented their trial brief to you, my opening is going to focus a little bit on some of the cases that they cited, as well as making a few distinctions in law prior to us getting to the evidentiary matters. The petitioner asked this court today to take a drastic action and provide an injunctive relief by way of a restraining order. Injunctions are extraordinary remedies that should be reserved for cases where there's grave danger to a person or property rights. The mere threat of injury is not sufficient enough to authorize injunction. Instead, the courts of equity must reserve the power for where injury is imminent and irreparable, and there is no adequate remedy at law. That's a very, very important element. There must not be any adequate remedy at law. It's the burden of the city in this case to show the court that if a restraining order is not granted, then there will be injury, loss, or damage to the petitioner. In doing so, it's important for the court to balance the equities of relief. Now, in the initial complaint, the city focuses on what they describe as 12 acts of violence over the past few years. The evidence will show that all these acts were not actually associated with the respondents, and they were isolated incidents, and they weren't all attributed to any of the respondents. Now, in the amended complaint, the city added allegations that the respondents had committed violations of City of Atlanta ordinances and used the property in a manner that conflicts with and impairs adjacent use and enjoyments. Instead of attempting to enforce these alleged violations, the petitioner instead has attempted to overturn and replace the well-established elements of public nuisance, to replace them with a lower, unconstitutional standard that shifts governmental responsibility to protect persons and property onto private businesses. Now, to the layperson, the word nuisance is a very broad term. However, law has a very restricted meaning. Likewise, as Mr. Dixon stated, the terms restaurant and nightclub have very broad terms, but once again, in law, they have very restricted meanings. Now, as mentioned, a public nuisance is one that damages all persons who come within the sphere of its operation, although it may vary in effect on the individuals. Now, in the Leak v. City of Atlanta case at 146 GA APP 1978, that case states that the whole idea of a nuisance is that it's either continuous or regularly repetitious act or condition which causes the hurt, inconvenience, or injury. A single isolated incident or a single isolated occurrence or act which if regularly repeated will constitute a nuisance is not a nuisance until the act is regularly repeated. That is exactly why the city's amended their initial complaint, and they're trying to rely on all these alleged ordinance violations to make its case. And what you'll see is you won't see any citations for those additional violations the city is claiming. If the city will rely solely on the most recent act or a combination of those 12 acts that they mentioned in its initial complaint, then it would not meet the standard of a continuous act. The city knew this. They knew this when they filed this case. They knew they did not meet the standard. That is why they contacted every single department in the city of Atlanta to see what information they could find out on 1145. Now, the city cites the McBrayer case in their original complaint, McBrayer versus Governor's Ridge Office Park Association, Inc. That's 359 GA APP 741. It's a 2016 case. Now, in that case, it states that under Georgia law, in order to be held liable for a nuisance, ownership of land by a tortfeasor is not an element, but control over the harm, control over the cause of harm. The tortfeasor must either be the cause or the concurrent cause of the creation, continuance, or maintenance of the nuisance. Now, the city will not produce any evidence that shows 1145 or any of the respondents are the cause or concurrent cause of the nuisance. Since the city knows this, they have to rely on other cases. So in the bench brief, you notice that they cited the Poultryland versus Anderson case. That's 200 GA 549 1946. In that case, explaining the judicial history of Georgia broadly construing what constitutes a nuisance, that case says a nuisance may consist merely of the right thing in the wrong place, regardless of the circumstances. The Poultryland case says that certain businesses or structures, such as slaughterhouses and certain foul-smelling factories, are so offensive to the senses that they must be removed from the limits of the cities and towns, and even from the neighborhood of family residences. Now, I think this may be the best case that the city can use to allege 1145 is a nuisance. However, in this case, they're talking about a slaughterhouse where the smell would have been continuous. There's a slaughterhouse, it's continuous and offensive to the neighbors. There's no argument about that. Furthermore, the McBrayer case makes another distinction. Now, the McBrayer case involved an abortion clinic where McBrayer had an office that attracted protesters that disrupted his neighbors and created loitering, urination, and defecations in common areas. There's also a fire that was started based on the protesters. Now, in that case, the court distinguished it from Poultryland because, unlike in the Poultryland case, McBrayer's medical practice was located in a commercial area. In that commercial area, it was in an office park zoned for medical practices, and which contained other medical practices. That's similar to 1145 case, which is located in a business area that's zoned for its use and is next to other similar uses. As you saw on the exhibit, as you saw from the aerial, there are other restaurants all up and down Bennett Street. There's other commercial uses. Now, when we talk about the city also cites the City of College Park case. The City of College Park versus 260 Camp Creek LLC. They put that in their bench brief. That's a case where the access to an apartment building was obstructed by potholes and uneven surfaces and other structural defects. Now, in that case, the Court of Appeals said that all persons in an area affected by the road were exposed to the risk posed by the interferences of the city's fire and police service and other emergency responders. Now, that was a continuous issue because, and there's no adequate remedy in that case as well, because it makes sense. Because if you have the streets in disarray and potholes everywhere, that's going to affect the emergency responders whenever there's an emergency. And in that case, there's no adequate remedy, so I understand that. However, in our case, the city's compiled a long list of violations. But because the city wants to create the illusion that we were repeated violators and we're a threat of continuing these violations and harm to the community. As you'll see, they talk about a water bill. They're going to talk about noise complaints where we've never been cited. They talk about business license violations that we've never been cited for. Now, the case there's a case called State EXREL Boykin versus Ball INV Co. That's 1940 case 191 GA 382 1940. It speaks further to repeated violations and the threats of continuous violations. It's important because if you take out the most recent act and you concentrate on all these allegations of ordinance violations that the city added in its amended brief, you'll see there's plenty of adequate remedies available. Now, in the Boykin case, that involved a predatory lending company or what we know as loan sharks. And in this case, the defendant showed no signs of any of his business practice and harming others. In fact, the business wasn't even licensed. So the state brought this case. And the court noted that constant and repeated violations of former statutes relating to the business of buying wages or salaries and to the small loan business with threats to continue the business do not amount to such a public nuisance as may be abated and prevented by suit in the name of the state. The court further said, if the penalties there provided be not a sufficient check to the abuses described in the instant case, the appeal should be made to the lawmakers and not to the Court of Equity, whose power can never be invoked when the law has provided what it deems to be an adequate remedy. Now, in this situation, you'll hear through testimony, you'll hear through the ordinance, you'll hear that the city has adequate remedies all over the place. The city can revoke the alcohol license. The city can revoke the business license. The city can revoke the certificate of occupancy. The city can cite the business for code violations. In fact, as we'll go into later, if you go through the alcohol ordinance, it's not just specific to alcohol violations. There are the alcohol ordinance allows you to cite businesses for all types of violations. There's some very broad language in there, including there's one section that says that upon the finding of due cause, this is 109 section G of the Atlanta Municipal Code. It says upon a finding of a due cause, they may deny, revoke, suspend, or refuse to renew any license upon a determination that public convenience and advantage would not be promoted by the approval of the applicant's application. In making such a determination, the mayor may consider the general welfare and safety of the community, the noise, the parking, and traffic with reasonable consideration given to the character of the area. So, and this it's talking about renewals as well. So 1145 has been at this location for almost 10 years, and the city continues to renew the license year after year. There's even another section, there's another section of alcohol code that actually allows the city to, suspend the license without a hearing. It says, for due cause, if a violation of this chapter occurs which results in an emergency situation in which the continued operation of the premises by a licensee endangers the health, welfare, or safety of the public, the mayor or the mayor's designee may suspend the license. Any such suspension may be effective immediately and shall remain in force until the next regular or called meeting of the license review board. So that means that the mayor and the city can suspend the license immediately, wait until it goes into the license review board, and actually hear about the process later. The mayor then has 60 days to act on that. So effectively, the city could suspend the license. You heard Mr. Dixon talk about the appellate process. Well, the city could suspend the license for up to probably 90 days without any type of hearing. Now, part of the argument from the city is that 1145 has a bad reputation in the community. Well, and they cite the Chancey v. Hannock case at 233 GA 734 1975, where the court said the business was a nuisance because it had a bad reputation, and court encouraged loitering, vagrancy, and had a tendency to breed crime. However, in this case, the court said the business had a general plan to violate the law. The business in question had 4 previous violations for violating beer and wine laws. This is not the case here. Now, in the complaint, the petitioners allege there's been a number of calls for service. In describing those incidences, they will not present any evidence today that any principal, agent, employee, or representative of any of the respondents were involved in any of this legal activity. Further, they will not present any evidence that they encouraged, participated, benefit from, or otherwise facilitated these crimes. Now, 1145 is a landmark location. I say that because it's been in operation for almost 10 years, located at the corner of Peachtree and Bennett, as was discussed. There are a number of other businesses there. It's the first business that you will see when you turn onto that street. And also, since it's been there so long, that's the business name that everybody remembers. So when you hear people talk about something happening at 1145, it doesn't necessarily mean it happened at 1145. What they mean, they use 1145 as synonymous with Bennett Streets. Additionally, 1145, the business does not own or control the parking lot. All the neighboring businesses use the exact same parking lot. So when they're using the same parking lot, you can't attribute everything that goes to 1145. One of the incidences that you'll hear about, and that's in the complaint, talks about a Uber ride where 2 females got into an altercation inside the Uber ride, and they were picked up at 1145. They weren't picked up at 1145. Where they were picked up at was a parking lot around 1145. Now, I know that one of the reasons, as cities said, that we're here today is because of the tragic incident that happened recently. And for that, we understand the severity of that. 1145 understands the severity of that. And there's nothing we can do to change things or to undo what happened that day. And we feel very, very remorseful about it. However, the city's saying that 1145 failed to take any responsibility or corrective actions to make the property safe. That's the opposite of what happened. As soon as the Mother's Day shooting happened, 1145 immediately shut down. They shut down for over 20 days. They immediately bought metal detectors, and they immediately started to review their safety protocols. Additionally, we came before you last time, we agreed to shut down for additional 60 days. That's unprecedented. We've had no other violations, no alcohol-related violations, no shootings, nothing inside of our club. So what the city does is after we agreed to shut down, the city amends its complaint to add all of these other ordinance violations to make it seem like we're habitual violators of the ordinance. That's far from the case. What you won't see is you won't see any citations regarding any of those allegations. So the reason we're here today is because the city of Atlanta has made a determination that 1145 is a nuisance. It's just that simple. After making that determination, they contacted all the departments and attempted to assemble a case that would lead the courts to believe it is. In fact, the city alleges that its resources and ability to safeguard the property and the public have been undermined by the respondents. How is that the case? If 1145 is in violation of so many laws, you would think that it would at least attempt to enforce these violations, at least one. A lot is going to be said about the alcohol license and alcohol ordinance, but what's not going to be said about is the city's efforts to enforce any of these ordinances against 1145. There are adequate remedies. There are plenty of adequate remedies. And now the city is saying that you should not trust 1145. That is far from the case. 1145 has done as what has been requested. We're not fighting the city. The business could have remained open after the shooting, we didn't. From the moment we learned of the shooting, we shut down. When we got the water bill, we've been in contact with the city about the water bill. Now, what you'll find out later is that the water bill, that water bill had been there for a couple of years. It was a mistake, and 1145 was working with the city. The city, after the shooting, decided to turn off the water right away. So 1145 is not attempting to operate without water. We would never operate without water. So everything that's been requested, we've done. We do not believe that 1145 is a public nuisance. But to the extent that the court declares it as such, any and all alleged nuisances have been abated. And the city has adequate remedies at law to enforce any outstanding issues it believes that we have not addressed in our remedial efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Your Honor. So I represent Bennett Street Properties, and Bennett Street Properties own not only the building of 1145, but basically the whole mall around it. So there are hairdressers, there are other business in that mall. There are boutiques and other things. So Bennett Street Properties is an out of possession landlord. The only reason we have been brought to this lawsuit is because the law requires that we're being named as the property owner because of the interest we have in the property. And then because we took over, of course, the management of the common areas. So that parking lot, as you could see in the photo that the city of Atlanta showed, it is used not only by 1145 customers and the tenant, but all the other business belonging to that mall, and sometimes even neighborhood businesses use that parking lot. So the landlord took upon himself to manage that and actually did contract with a valet company who also provides security. So by contract, that parking lot is secured by off-duty police officers every time that the valet is there working. Now, valet is not 24/7, it's only during the business hours when it's required. But also landlord control of that parking lot is limited. Georgia is an open carry state. A parking lot doesn't have a door, you don't go over a metal detector. I can't constitutionally make people open their cars and show me what they have before they park the car. So the landlord has taken all precautions as an out-of-possession landlord that he could with respect to the parking lot. And you will hear from the city of Atlanta's police officers and witnesses that some of those incidents that involve firearm around 1145 that were not inside the building, they were sometimes not even within the Bennett Street Properties property area or our own parking lot. There's a shooting that actually was happening in the parking lot of the Fresh Market, right in front of 1145. So those incidents are absolutely out of control of the landlord. Now, OCGA 44714, it's very clear that when the landlord fully departed with possession of the property, that the landlord is not responsible for it. And the Georgia law also establishes that only is not in reference to torts, or any victims that may come after the landlord, but also that is in reference with nuisances. So any negligent or illegal use of the property, once is part of the tenant that causes, the landlord cannot be responsible under the law for those. You will hear from, one of the owners of Bennett Street, the contents of our contract. And under the contract, you will see that any permits, approvals for the tenant's works and permitted use all of that was responsibility of the tenant. The tenant was responsible for the users of the premises to comply with all applicable laws. So as the landlord, we didn't even receive notice of any, if they did breach anything, we were not even notified. So the water, the licenses, their employees, none of that is of, we were not even notified or of citations or anything. Again, we fully departed with the possession, and at the time of all those occurrences that the city is gonna bring, the contract was in full force and effect. Now, the landlord cannot just breach a contract, right? Like, that's why the city of Atlanta is the one coming here and trying to close the business, because as the landlord, we don't have the power to just go and close the business. We have a contract, and if the contract is not breached, our hands are tied. And inside the building, even renovations that they may have done inside the business, if they comply or do not comply, they were all done by the tenant. Since we do not operate nor control, we cannot remedy any situation. The other remedies that 1145 is mentioning, they don't affect the landlord at all. Even if Your Honor decides to declare 1145 a nuisance and close the business, that really does not, we are not opposed per se to closing the business. We just want to make very clear that as the property owner that has relinquished possession of the property, we are not the ones, if Your Honor decides there is a nuisance, we are not the ones causing that nuisance. We should not even, we are a defendant, but we should not even be here, to be honest. That's all, Your Honor. You're gonna hear about the contract and how our participation is limited and how really our hands were tied. And it's very unfortunate what happened, but Bennett Street Properties had never received any real complaints. The police never contacted Bennett Street Properties. So all the other things that happened with the city of Atlanta is bringing, it wasn't until May of 2024 when the horrible incident occurred inside the club that resulted in the death of 2 young people. It wasn't until then that we all became aware of everything else that was going on, because of course we are part of this lawsuit and we have been notified this time. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready to call your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes. The city calls Major Benjamin Vance, Zone 2, and I'm Erica D. Smith. I serve as Deputy Solicitor for the City of Atlanta, but for this action I was appointed as a special city attorney.
Okay, thank you. Are you going to be using the PowerPoint during this?
No, ma'am.
You're trying to face me and raise your right hand. Do you swear upon the testimony you give to the court and shoot the whole truth, so help you?
Yes, sir.
You're gonna have a seat and into the mic, state and spell your name for the court.
Benjamin Vaines, Benjamin. Last name Vaines, Vayens.
Major Vance, how are you employed?
Police officer for the city of Atlanta.
And what's your current title?
Major.
And where are you currently assigned?
I'm assigned as a Zone 2 commander.
Okay. And how long have you been employed in this position?
Roughly 6 months now. Prior to that, I was the assistant zone commander in Zone 2 for about 2 years.
And can you tell the court what are your current job duties as major of Zone 2?
So my current responsibilities in Zone 2 are tracking, managing crime, as well as personnel and community engagement and partnerships.
Okay. Are you post-certified?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And as major of Zone 2, do you have employees that you oversee in that position?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many employees do you estimate are under your immediate command?
126.
And do they include supervising officers, administrative officers, and patrol officers?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you responsible for off-duty officers?
Yes, to a certain extent. Officers in Zone 2 are supervisors or lieutenants that submit extra job requests. I'm in Zone 2, I authorize those extra jobs, yes.
Okay. And so you do sign off on extra jobs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And let's just back up. What area is Zone 2 in?
So Zone 2 is the northern part of the city of Atlanta, and it encompasses Buckhead and West Midtown.
Okay. Does it cover the Peachtree Hills area?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the property address at 2110 Peachtree?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that property located in the city of Atlanta, Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
And is this place known to law enforcement as a nightclub or a restaurant?
It's known to us as a nightclub.
Okay. And how are you familiar with that property address?
Over there, since I've been in Zone 2 or assigned to Zone 2, we've had several calls out at that business establishment.
Okay. And as APD major and previously as assistant zone commander, do you keep account of calls for service?
Yes, we track them internally, but we also look at it, the captain and I look at calls for service at certain residents, businesses, and commercial properties just across the zone that we are having any kind of issues at.
Okay. And as prior assistant zone commander and now as commander as major of Zone 2, with a property address of 2110 Peachtree, how many calls for service would you estimate have emanated from that property address?
So from in the last year, from May 2023 to May of 2024, roughly 270 calls for service. About 200 of those were self-initiated, where officers were pulling out on traffic stops, directed patrols, or extra jobs at that location. And roughly 70 were 911 calls for service. About 20 alarm calls, as well as some dispute calls and theft calls, whether it was a stolen vehicle or vehicles that were broken into.
Have any of the calls for service been violent criminal activity?
Yes.
And can you tell me the nature of those calls?
We've received calls regarding people shot and people that were killed at that location.
Okay. And let me back up. What's the most serious of those calls?
The homicide call.
Okay. And were those crimes taking place on the property address itself?
Yes, the homicide did. The shooting incident, the other shooting incident that I'm familiar with, occurred in a parking lot.
Okay. Has any of the violent crime occurred inside of the establishment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you had any conversation with members of the community about the property address?
Yes, I've had several conversations and meetings, walked the property around that establishment and Bennett Street and adjacent properties.
And can you tell the court the nature of the conversations that you've had?
The nature of those conversations centered around noise complaints, traffic control issues, parking issues, and street blockages, and hours of operations for businesses.
Okay. And does this particular location have live entertainment?
Yes, I'm aware that they have live entertainment.
Okay. When the property has live entertainment, as major of Zone 2, do you authorize directed patrols for that area?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the court what a directed patrol is?
So a directed patrol is where we send officers in that area, in that few block radius, just to monitor. Oftentimes they'll put on their cruise lights to check parking lots for suspicious vehicles, suspicious activity, and just keep the community safe and any patrons or visitors to whatever establishment they're visiting.
Okay. And Major, you said that you do authorize extra jobs.
Yes.
When an officer is working an extra job at I'm sorry, let me back up. Does this establishment serve alcohol?
Yes,
Okay, when off-duty officers are working an extra job at an establishment that serves alcohol, are they allowed to act as security?
no, they are not permitted to act as security.
Are they allowed to ask for ID of patrons that are entering the facility?
No, they cannot.
Are they allowed to pat down?
No, they're not.
Are they allowed to act as bouncers?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I'm going to show you what's been marked as petitioner's number 17. Major Vance, are you familiar with that document?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell the court what that document is?
It's Atlanta Police Standard Operating Procedure 2060 pertaining to extra jobs.
Okay. And as a public officer with the Atlanta Police Department, are you able to authenticate that document?
Yes, I am.
Is that document a public record and is it available to the public?
Yes, it is. It's
And-
on the City of Atlanta's website.
Okay. And is that standing operation procedure, is it authorized by law to be recorded and filed in a public office or a purported public office, public report, statement or data compilation in any form? And is it from the Atlanta Police Department and kept in an item where an item of this nature is kept?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like for you to read 4.5.4 from that document, please.
Do you want to tender it?
Excuse me?
Are you tendering it?
Yes, I'm tendering it to evidence.
Number one?
As petitioner's number 17.
Well, there's, I saw some confusion on your face, so we pre-marked our exhibits. So we didn't have 16 other
Okay,
exhibits
that's,
already.
okay, so it's number 17.
Number 17.
To admission. It's amended.
Okay. Can you read 4.5.4 for me, please?
Yes, ma'am. Employees working extra jobs at businesses selling alcoholic beverages for consumption on the premises may not enforce any rules or regulations of the business, or act as bouncers or security guards to enforce the rules or regulations of the business. Officers are not to check the identification of patrons entering the business to determine the age of patrons for restricting access to the business based on age of any patron, regardless of any rules or regulation of the business. Officers may check the identification of persons who are suspected of being underage when they are in possession of alcoholic beverages, or they have a fraudulent or altered identification.
Thank you. May I approach?
You don't have to ask him.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Major Vance, would you say that 1145 Lounge is the epicenter of crime in that Bennett Street area? In your your professional opinion?
Yes, I would say so, based on the complaints from the community and the business being located right directly at the intersection of Peachtree Road and Bennett Street, and with all the traffic concerns and noise complaints we've received from businesses, the hospital, and residents in that area.
Okay. And in closing, is there any additional information you would like the court to know about that property address at 2110 Peachtree?
No, I don't have anything to add, ma'am.
Thank you.
Would you like the exhibit back?
Excuse me?
Would you like the exhibit back? I just meant you don't have to ask me if you can approach anymore. You feel free to walk up.
Okay. Yes. Your Honor, I think you have a copy of it already.
Can I take that one for a minute and I'll pass it to your court reporter unless you need it?
No. Okay. Thank you.
Cross?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Good morning, Major.
Of course, sir.
So in your testimony, you speak about how, or you testify that to your zone, 1145 is, you consider it a nightclub, or is known as a nightclub, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What makes you consider it a nightclub, or where do you form that opinion from?
Just based on the hours of operation and the events that that have been shared with me.
What do you mean by hours of operation? What about the hours of operation leads to be a nightclub, in your opinion?
I mean, a nightclub would operate in the evening time into the early morning hours, and then obviously close at 2:30 per city ordinance.
Okay. Are you so your definition of nightclub is just based upon the hours of operation, is not derived from any understanding or it's not derived from any particular knowledge of the alcohol ordinance or city of Atlanta ordinances regarding nightclubs.
Correct.
Correct. You mentioned that there are calls for service at 11:45. When you say 11:45, are you referring to the calls for service inside, actually on the property, you're referring to calls of service in or around the property to include that parking lot across from 11:45?
No, so those calls are just directly at that location, 2110 Peachtree Road.
Okay, and when you receive those calls, isn't it true that whenever a call is made, or how do you identify the location from the call? Does it come from the caller, does it come from the responding officer, or what makes that determination of what address is used?
So the call will come into our E911 center, it'll go to the call taker, and they'll give the location. And now if an officer goes to another location to say a theft report, and the officer is able to determine it happened at a different location, they will use that address and change it to that location. But those are coming in through our E911 center.
Okay, are you familiar with the address, what the address for the parking lot would be? Or do you know offhand what the address across the parking lot for 11:45 would be?
No, sir. There's several different addresses on Bennett Street. There's 25 Bennett Street, 22 Bennett Street. So there's definitely multiple businesses inside there.
So if you got a call to the parking lot across from 11:45, what would you, if you got a call to, like, let's say a parking lot, or let's use that parking lot right there, if you responded, which address would you use to identify that call?
It depends on the interaction with the officer. If that officer is able to determine those patrons were coming from 25 Bennett, 2110 Peachtree Road, then they would use wherever they were, say a dispute occurred out there. It just would be the closest business to where the individuals were to, if the event occurred in the parking lot.
Understood. So you're saying it'd be the closest business to where the event occurred. That makes sense. You mentioned you got calls, you received calls for the business, and you talked about shootings and other occurrences. Besides the May event, are you aware of any shoot inside of 11:45?
Inside, sir, no.
Okay. Are you aware of any other violent acts inside of 11:45? Are you aware of any stabbings inside of 11:45 yourself?
No, not to my knowledge.
You testified about noise complaints. Have you issued, or are you aware of any citations that were issued to 11:45 for noise complaints?
No, I don't have that information.
Okay. Are you aware of, when you talk about hours of operations, you said you received calls for hours of operation for 11:45. Is that correct, or is that just for the businesses on Bennett Street?
Yes, for businesses or not calls, but complaints from the community about hours of operation and businesses being open after hours. When I receive those calls, I reach out to the license and permits unit, and they will do a follow-up investigation to make sure a business is operating within those hours.
So after that follow-up investigation, is protocol for them to reach back out, or after you reach out to the license and permits, there's no more communication?
No, license and permits would communicate what they located at whatever establishment or business, and they would let us know what their findings, whether they were in compliance or whether they were cited.
To your recollection, have you ever received any reports or any information from license and permits that 11:45 was cited for operating after hours?
I'm not to my knowledge.
To your recollection, do you recall any incidences where any other businesses on Bennett Street were cited for operating after hours?
There have been businesses that have been cited on Bennett Street, and I'm not sure. Lieutenant Cotter could probably elaborate further on that, what those exactly were for.
So you are aware of other businesses that have been cited for after hours, but just you can't recall if 11:45. Have you, so the noise complaints that you testify about, that is more so for other officers, or have you specifically come out for noise complaints yourself as well?
No, it would be in the middle of the night.
It'd be in the middle of the night.
Unless
So
I was working, then.
yeah. So I mean, you're familiar with the Bennett Street area. How would what's the procedure when an officer responds to a noise complaint? How do they deal with it? How do they identify where the noise is coming from? Because in this situation, I'll let you answer that question. But what's the procedure for responding to noise complaints?
So the officers dispatched, they arrive on scene, and their windows will be down from a greater distance of 100 feet, 150 feet. They could hear it if the noise complaint is actually, you know, valid. And then they would go and speak with the manager or the operator and, you know, request that they turn the music down or whatever is going on there.
Okay. And to your knowledge, I talked about after hours, but to your knowledge, do you recall any incidences? I know. Do you recall any incidences that you've referred to Lieutenant Cotter, the license and permits unit, where they have come back, and notified you about any citations or any other actions against 1145 in your recollection?
No.
Okay, that's all I have.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Fulton Superior Court, thanks. While she's walking up, I have a quick question for you. Are you familiar with that shopping center on Bennett Street, the other businesses in that parking lot?
Yes, ma'am.
Are any of the other businesses open between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m.?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, do you know what they are?
Zari is one restaurant or nightclub down there, and there's another one across. I can't remember the name of it.
Okay.
And then there's a beauty salon in the far back. They don't operate within those hours. And there's also like the clothing boutique, decorative store all the way in the back as well.
Okay, thank you. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you, officer. Simple question. So for all those complaints, like either noise or business operating after hours, have you ever contacted Bennett Street Properties, the actual owner of the property, regarding those?
I have not myself. I know that there's been community members that have tried to reach out to community members and other business owners, try to communicate with other property owners in there, and haven't got a lot of traction there. But the license and permit unit may have further information.
Okay, but are you aware that your office or any police officers have tried to contact them? Or
I
had
have
to
not.
contact them for anything? Okay. And in regard to violent incidents, specifically in the area, not inside the club, but outside the club, do you know if they were at the parking lot at the mall or if they were at the parking lot, for instance, of the Fresh Market in front of that place?
No, they were on which would be the west side, because if we're going south on Peachtree and 1145 is on your right-hand side, they're in that parking lot on Bennett Street, which it's a parking lot, but it's actually a city street. Bennett Street is a street there as well.
Okay, so it's a parking lot that can you tell when the parking lot finishes and ends, or is kind of like just open that any people from the public can just enter the parking lot and go through the parking lot?
Yes, you can enter the parking lot off of Peachtree.
Okay. Have any of those calls were made from off-duty officers that are working at that parking lot?
Yes, there have been calls from the off-duty officers.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
Redirect.
Major, the judge just asked you about other establishments in that Bennett Street area that are after hours. Are the vast majority of the problems on Bennett Street, are they the other businesses or are they Lounge 1145?
The main complaints we have got is from 1145 because it sits right next to Piedmont Hospital and the condos right there across from 1145. The noise complaints and the traffic issues for the residents in that area.
Okay, and there are other restaurants in that general vicinity, correct?
Yes, there are.
Okay, across the street is a Benihana and Houston's is in that area as well.
Correct.
Do you receive noise complaints and violent acts for those establishments?
Not for Houston's. Benihana, we have a lot of vehicles broken into.
Excuse me?
Vehicles broken into at Benihana.
Okay, but noise complaints and violence?
No noise complaints. And I'm not aware of any violent incidents since I've been in Zone 2 at either of two of those restaurants.
Okay, thank you, nothing further.
Any follow-up? Okay, can he be excused?
Thank you, Major.
Okay,
Thank you, Judge.
thank you. Stay safe. Ready to call your next witness?
The city calls Officer Eric Shingles.
turn and face me and raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you give to the court is the truth, the whole truth, so help you?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat and enter the mic, state and spell your name for the court.
Officer Eric Shingles, ERRICSHINGLES.
Good morning, Officer Shingles.
Good morning.
How are you employed?
Through the city of Atlanta,
In what capacity?
police officer,
And what is your current title?
officer,
Okay, how long you been employed with the city of Atlanta as a APD police officer?
about 5 years now.
Okay, and are you post-certified?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your current duties?
Patrol the designated area, answer 911 calls and enforce laws.
And what's your current assignment?
Zone 2, traffic.
And what watch do you are you assigned to?
Currently, day watch,
And can you tell the court what hours day watch are?
7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Okay. And are you familiar with the have you ever worked any other watch in Zone 2?
Yes, ma'am. I started off on morning watch, which would be 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Okay. And are you familiar with the property address of 2110 Peachtree?
I am.
And can you tell the court what's located at 2110 Peachtree?
1145 Lounge,
And is that location known to you as a restaurant or a club?
club.
And why would you say it's a club?
Multiple parties. Like I said, I would work morning watch during my first initial time on APD, and responding to that call, responding to that area, I just knew it was a club.
Okay. And did you respond to a call on February 28th of 2001?
I did. 2000.
2021, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what was that call in reference to?
A stabbing.
Okay. And upon your arrival, what did you observe?
I made contact with the investigator that was on scene. He advised that 3 females was in the bathroom. One was in the stall, two females was outside of the stall. The female, the female left, one of the females left something in the stall, and she wanted to retrieve the item. She was banging on the door, being very irate. The friend of the other friend that was in the stall advised her to wait till my friend is done. She did not want to wait. So when the friend got done using the bathroom, she became irate and attempted to stab, or did stab the female. And so the investigator that was on scene detained her, recovered the knife from the scene, and she was taken to Fulton County Jail for aggravated assault.
Okay. Was anything recovered from this incident?
A knife.
And did this incident happen inside 2110 Peachtree?
That's correct.
Okay. And have you responded to other calls at the property?
I have.
And did you respond to a call on August 5th of the same year in 2021?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what was that call in reference to?
Another stabbing or aggravated assault.
Okay. And upon your arrival, what did you observe?
So I initially arrived at Piedmont Hospital. That's where the victim was located at. He walked in with a stab wound. He advised that the incident occurred in the area of 2110 Peachtree or 1145.
Okay. And working Zone 2, having worked day watch and morning watch, would you say that that particular property address of 2110 Peachtree is the epicenter of crime and calls of service in that area?
That's correct. Coincidentally, on one of the calls, I was actually on said street before the call came up, so I was literally on scene, essentially.
Okay. Is there anything else you would like the court to know about the property address?
On one of the calls, the suspect advised that she was let inside the club without being ID'd. She advised that she was actually 18 and her friend was 19.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Good morning, Officer Shingles.
Good morning.
One second. Okay. So, you testified that 1145, for your understanding, is a nightclub, correct?
That's correct.
And the reason is because there's multiple parties Is that correct?
That's what I stated, yes,
What
sir.
would you define a party as, or what's your understanding of a party?
A gathering.
A gathering. So if any business that has a large gathering, or any business in your opinion is a nightclub, or
So, in this circumstance, the gathering that includes alcohol, having security outside the door, that's what I would consider, yes, sir.
Understood. Would it be surprised to learn today that that restaurants can have security as well, or under the alcohol code?
That's correct.
You mentioned April 5th incident about a person that stated that they were stabbed at 11:45, but the wording I heard, you said around 11:45. Isn't that correct?
So, speaking to that gentleman, he couldn't give us a for sure answer.
Mm-hmm.
So,
So, did the gentleman not originally state that it was at some point state that it was at a BP gas station?
he did.
He did.
Yes,
So,
he did.
and then after he stated it was at 11:45, correct? Around 11:45, correct?
That's correct.
So in reality, when you state it was at 11:45 or around it, there's no way to be certain where it actually happened. You just know that he called you and told you that it was in close proximity, correct?
Well, when I responded to Piedmont as well, the security that spoke to the same victim advised that it was at 11:45.
Okay. Let me see. To your knowledge, you responded to did you on the incident that happened that allegedly happened inside of 11:45, the earlier stabbing? Did you responded on scene to that, or did your officer respond on scene?
Can you repeat the question?
The incident in the bathroom regarding the knife incident between the females that you testified about earlier, were you the responding officer, or was it another responding officer?
So I was a responding officer, but there were officers that worked there as well. But I was a responding officer.
Did you have any conversations with the owners or management at 11:45 on that day? Do you remember?
I can't recall.
You don't recall, so you can't recall whether or not you notified them about the incident or let them know that incident occurred.
I can't recall. I'm not sure if the investigator on scene did that, but I can't recall.
Okay. And let me circle right back. Do you about the incident that happened around 11:45? The victim actually advised that it occurred in the parking lot at 11:45. Is that correct? Do you recall that? Or?
I recall him saying different statements.
Mm-hmm.
Like you stated earlier, he first said something about a gas station in the area. Mm-hmm. He mentioned a parking lot at 11:45, and he actually mentioned inside of 11:45.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
I only have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
In regards to the second incident where you're speaking with the victim at Piedmont Hospital, you say you spoke with the security that had spoken with the victim before, and that said that happened at 11:45.
That's correct.
Was that security a security for 11:45 or a security that was at Piedmont?
That was the security that was at Piedmont. So when the victim arrived, he spoke with the security before receiving medical attention.
Okay, so he was not at the scene or didn't have any first hand knowledge?
That's correct.
Okay. And when in the first incident where you attended actually at the location, you say you spoke with other officers that were working there. Were they working there off duty?
To my knowledge, yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you know if they were working inside the club or if they were working at the parking lot?
Typically, I'm not sure, but typically they work outside of the location.
Outside the building?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Officer Single, you were previously asked what gives the indication of a club. Would traffic be indication of a club atmosphere?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how was the traffic at 11:45?
It was terrible. No cars can come in and out. Maybe sitting in the park. Essentially, sitting there for for a while before extending onto Peachtree.
Okay, and going back to the incident with the stabbing with the young ladies, would, in your professional opinion as an APD officer, would adequate security have prevented that stabbing?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am. Would have been.
Thank you, nothing further.
Any requests? Okay, can you be excused? Okay, stay safe.
Thank you.
Ready for your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just remember to call.
The city calls Officer DeJuan Walker.
You turn to face me, raise your right hand. Do you swear upon the testimony you give to the court is the truth, the whole truth, so help you?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat and get to the mic, state and spell your name for the court.
Officer DeJuan Walker, D-A-J-U-A-N, Walker, W-A-L-K-E-R.
Good morning, Officer Walker.
Come on.
How are you employed?
The Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
started Atlanta Police Department in 2016, October 2016.
Okay. And are you post-certified?
Yes,
And what is your current title?
police officer.
And what are your current duties?
I patrol Zone 2. I'm assigned to Zone 2 Evening Watch and patrol basically the entire zone.
Okay. And can you tell the court what hours are evening watch?
Evening Watch is the hours between 2 p.m. and 11 p.m.
And have you ever worked any other watches in the past in Zone 2?
Yes, I've worked day watch before as well.
Okay. And are you familiar with the proper address of 2110 Peachtree?
Yes,
Is that address in the city of Atlanta, Fulton County?
yes, ma'am.
And what is that location?
It's the Elleven45 Lounge.
Okay. And do you know that property to be a restaurant or a club?
I mainly known it to be a club.
And can you tell the court why you mainly know it to be a club?
It's pretty much operates as such. They have like sections, bottle service, people standing around dancing. There's no sit. I've never seen it to be where people sit down and eat there.
Okay. Officer Walker, have you ever responded to calls at this property address?
Yes,
And did you respond to a ag assault at the property address?
yes,
And was that on August 8th of 2020?
yes.
Can you tell the court about that incident?
It was a incident where it came up as shots fired. Upon my arrival, I was the first officer to arrive on scene. I observed a black SUV crashed into the Elleven45 Lounge with several bullet holes inside of it. There were several armed men all around with assault rifles. Ordered everyone to drop their weapons, and there's multiple people with weapons, so everybody just dropped their weapons. By the time other officers came, we got control of the scene, and it appeared to be a rapper by the name of Fabio Farin, who was attending Elleven45, and he was ambushed from across the street. At that point, he was gone by the time we got there. And we detained several people that had guns in their hand, and started securing the crime scene for crime scene techs to come and investigators to come do a further investigation.
Okay. And did you ascertain they were shooting across the street? Is that your testimony?
Yeah, so basically based off of witness statements, there was a gunman from across the street. It's a Fresh Market, and that's where the ambush came from, in the direction from Fresh Market in the direction of Elleven45.
So they were shooting at 11:45?
Yeah, they were shooting at.
Okay. And was there any damage to property with this shooting?
Yes, Fresh Market also had some damage. They had a damaged window. The window was shot out. So it appeared that someone from the side of Elleven45 may have shot back toward that gunman, which shattered the Fresh Market window.
Okay. And have you responded to other calls at the property?
Yes.
Can you tell the court about other calls that you responded to?
Other calls that I've responded to is just minor dispute calls. It's a lot of alarm calls there where the alarm would go off, false alarms. Definitely noise complaints where people would complain about the noise there. And then most recent, the Mother's Day shooting, I was the first responding officer there as well.
Was that incident on May 12th of 2024, I'm sorry?
Yes.
And was the property operating as a club or restaurant on that night?
From what I observed, it appeared to be operating as a club.
And can you tell the court what happened upon your arrival?
Upon my arrival, came up pretty much as an officer need help. Officer was on the radio screaming. Immediately responded to assist the officer. Came up with shots fired. He waved me into the club, and it was just complete chaos. There were several people on the ground that appeared to be shot. There was bottles everywhere. It appeared to be money everywhere on the floor. I observed a young lady doing chest compressions. It was a male that it was apparent that he was deceased, and there was another young lady doing chest compressions. She waved me over. She was tired on a young girl. I took over chest compressions on her, continued to do chest compressions until she gained her energy back. She then relieved me so I can get rest. Started to continue to do chest compressions on the young lady. As she was doing that, I noticed that there was another lady that was shot in the leg. I put a tourniquet on her legs, and she was actually shot in both legs. I thought it was just one, but the one ran out, got another tourniquet, put another tourniquet on both her legs, and tried to attend to everyone else. At that point, I took over chest compressions again until Grady got there. But when Grady got there, they told me to stop. There's nothing else that we can do. So once I stopped, I started getting pulled, stating that there was a guy outside that may have been involved. So he had a gun. So we detained that guy, and then, we let EMS and all the medical professionals, fire, do what they do. And now I went back into police business to find out try to find who was accountable for this.
Okay. And on this particular evening, were the shots inside the club or in the parking lot?
Inside the club.
Okay. And you said the call came in from an officer that said shots fired. Was this officer working an extra job at that establishment?
Yes, ma'am.
And when officers are working an extra job at an alcohol establishment, are they allowed to be security inside the establishment?
No, it's outside.
Okay. And are officers allowed to pat down patrons working an extra job?
No.
Okay. How long have you been working in Zone 2?
Since 2019.
Okay. Since 2019, in your professional experience, how much of the city's resources being used for the property address of 2110 Peachtree?
A lot.
When you say a lot, what do you mean by a lot?
A lot. I mean, as far as from a police perspective, we've had a lot of calls there. I know on day watch and evening watch, the watches that I've worked, we've had several calls where, like I said, noise complaints. A lot of people complain about the noise, the traffic. We have to go there to disperse traffic because it backs up a whole lot of traffic in that area. And then clearly with the dispute calls that we've responded to. I know our morning watch hours, which is overnight, they receive a bulk of a lot of calls there as well, because that's when those are club hours. So yeah.
Okay. And would you say that 2110 Peachtree is the epicenter of crime and calls of service for that area?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time.
Cross-examination?
doing, Officer Walker?
How you doing, sir?
Doing well. So you spoke earlier about, you testified about the 2020 shooting where where a vehicle crashed into the lounge. During that shooting, to your knowledge, were there any off-duty officers working on that night? I mean, on that day of the shooting?
Believe there were.
And to your knowledge, you testified earlier that off-duty officers are not allowed to be security inside the establishment. But to your knowledge, does 1145 usually have off-duty officers outside when they're in operation?
Yes.
They do. Also, for that, what is your relationship with license and permits? Do you ever have any communication with license and permits, or is that just your supervisor when there are incidents?
It's supervisor. Yeah, supervisor. Yeah, that's.
Okay. You testified about the calls that you received at 1145. You testified about receiving calls about minor disputes. Do you receive a lot of calls for other establishments on Bennett Street as well?
No, not me personally, no.
You don't. Have you received any other alarm calls for? Have you received alarm calls for any other properties on Bennett Street?
Oh yeah, I definitely, yeah, I received it.
And when you say alarm calls at the location, what you're referring to the parking lot, which is outside of 1145, correct?
Well, no, alarm calls, meaning like when their alarm goes off,
Oh,
like
an alarm,
burglary
okay.
alarm. Yeah, burglary alarm.
Okay.
Yeah.
In regard to the noise complaints, are the noise complaints? Have you received it for any other businesses, or are all the noise complaints related to 1145?
To my knowledge, has always been 1145. That's always been a complaint. They have a outside, and even though now it's covered, I believe back in 2019 that wasn't a covered. The way they have it covered
Patio.
now, it wasn't a covered patio. It was open patio, so the sound traveled much more than it does now.
What is your protocol when you respond to a noise complaint? What do you usually do in response?
Proper protocol is to go and address the officer that's working there first, and allow him to be the liaison between myself, who is a patrol officer, and the establishment, the management staff. If he can't get it done, then I will go directly to whoever's in charge to give them a warning. Should I come back again, they will be cited, and at that point forced to shut off the music.
Okay, so there is a remedy available if they continue loud music.
100%.
Have you ever had to cite 1145 for noise complaints?
Me personally, no.
No. Do you have you cited any business for noise complaints before?
No, me personally, no.
Do you know of any officers that cited 1145 for noise complaints?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. When you said there's traffic at 1145, what you're referring to is there's traffic at the intersection of Peachtree Street and Bennett Street, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that there's multiple businesses that utilize the same parking lot that 1145 patrons utilize, correct?
Oh yes.
Are you aware of the other businesses that are on Bennett Street?
The only other business that I can say off the top of my head is Zari. Zari, that's the only thing that I can think of, but yeah.
Have you responded to any are you aware of any violent incidents that have occurred at any other locations besides 1145 on Bennett Street?
Nope.
So you've never heard of any other violent incidents? Okay. Can you remind me how long you've been working
In Zone 2?
in Zone 2?
Since 2019.
Since 2019, okay. And I think that's all I have. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Redirect.
Just a couple. Officer, when you come out for a call for noise violations, is it left up to the discretion of the officer to issue a citation?
Yes.
And normally, is it customary for the officer just to advise to turn the music down?
Yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
Amy Cross? Quick question, and then if you guys want to follow up, you're welcome to. So you have not been called to any violent episodes at the other nightclub in that parking lot?
No.
Okay, I'm
And
sorry,
that-
I forgot the name.
The Zari, yeah, I've never been called to anything violent there, personally.
I do have a question. So, officer, have you ever contacted the property owner for any troubles or incidents?
There was a time where I reached out, and I'm not sure who the owner was. It was more so for their business being burglarized. I think they left the door open. The alarm was consistently going off, and I got in touch with the property to assist me with securing their business, so no one went inside. That's probably, it was a long time ago.
Okay,
But yeah.
so they were the victims in this case?
They were the victims in that case, and I believe I give my number so they can contact me and use me as a resource, because that was my beat at one point. I was responsible for that area during evening watch hours. So I like to give businesses my number so they can contact me if they have any issues. I'll assist the best way I can.
Okay, do you know if the property owner has been ever cited for any noise complaints or any other?
Not to my recollection, no.
Thank you,
Mhm.
that's all.
Any reason?
No, nothing further.
Okay. Any reason he can't be excused? All right, you're excused, stay safe.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Can we call your next witness, or do you need a break? Everybody fine? You would like a break? Okay, that's fine. Let's take a 5-minute break for the court reporter. Okay, I'm gonna step off the break during the break. Anytime you need one, just tell me.
When you share a screen, you should be able to share audio. Yeah. If you, do you have it ready to go?
Yeah, okay, so I was
And we can test it out. I don't know if there's one here at all. Hurry up. I realized.
Feel free to have them.
No. So I believe you should be able to mute and turn off. Okay, and then try to share the screen with the video again.
Thank you.
you wanna break them up? Yeah, do we do this
It
next
kind
week?
of depends. I mean, on our typical days, we don't always have a lunch, and if it's a jury, they need a long time. About an hour. Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
That's what, how you doing?
Oh, good.
As we see each other maybe more on email.
You know what? COVID has taken me away. People were weird. He was not in a suit yesterday. I drove right past him. I was dropping them off and drove right past him. I didn't know what it is.
Yeah, I had it on somewhere. I got it back in there. I got the video like in May, and I've been home.
CK.
It's, I'm just trying to share your screen. Share this video. Oh, it is. Yeah. Yeah, like it's playing. Yeah, so if I do share sound.
What's the drop for? Oh, awesome.
Yeah, it's like 1 hour.
That is really good.
Hey Nick, I'm gonna run out to the car and grab my Jackery and I'm gonna get some earbuds. You okay? Yeah. Great. The other reporter has your.
Yes, you can, but I do not know how to do that.
Sorry, usually, like on ours, when we put it in, you just click on the folder and it says proxy. Because like each one is like, I mean, some of these are like 4 gigs and stuff, I can't even, so there's no other way to do it, I guess.
Gotcha.
You don't know how to do that?
No, I don't know the whole proxy thing. I mean, I got another card in the camera in case they just take a second to transfer.
That's okay. Let me just. I mean, I guess I'll find you during the break.
'Cause
I'll have my photographer meet you at lunch to copy the card.
Typically,
Sorry, what was your name?
I'm Nicholas.
yeah, typically when it, when we do
And then it
it,
should be
you play the
470
sound through the
806
system, and it
5903.
doesn't also play through your
5903.
computer.
Yep.
But
806-5983.
the only way I will do it is for it, for like your computer sound to be on. You're still muted, but somehow your computer sounds on, so
It's weird.
I think every courtroom in this building is a little bit different. No, every day, every computer, so. Yeah. Maybe at lunch. What is that? Oh, what? Oh, they need to file a court case. And if they need help, they can go to the 7th floor and talk to the law library or family law information center. A court case has to be filed to do the thing you're asking the judge to do. Okay, good. Yeah. Are you guys all ready? Are y'all ready? Oh, yes. Okay.
Hey, Jordan, what's up?
Court come to order, remain seated.
see the attorney's information?
Sure.
It's an easy one, don't worry, but we do. Can you come up? So sorry. It's hard to be the one on that end. It's fine, I just need to know for planning purposes. You read it quick, that's why I asked, I assumed you'd use some of this. Oh, you have one that's got it, has it? Okay, that helps. Just decide as you go. It's no problem, just read it. Thank you. Sorry about that. Did they already swear you in? Okay. I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear to the testimony you should give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thanks. You can be seated. And would you state and spell your name for the recorder, please?
My name is Latoya Francis, Latoya. Last name Francis, Francis.
Good morning, detective. Can you clarify, is it Francis Small or is this Francis?
It's Francis. My maiden name is Smalls.
Okay,
So, yeah.
thank you.
hmm
Detective, where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
All right, and how long have you been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
12 years.
All right, and what is your current title?
I'm a homicide detective
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
since April 2023.
And before April 2023, when you became a homicide detective, what were you previously employed as with the Atlanta Police Department?
I was still an investigator, but I was assigned to the property unit.
Okay, and how long were you assigned to the property?
About 8 months.
And before you were assigned to the property unit, were you ever a part of any regular beats in the city of Atlanta?
Yes.
All right, and what beats were those?
Well, I was assigned to Zone 2 Buckhead area. I was an umbrella car, so I handled multiple beats.
So the Zone 2 beat that you were a part of, did it include 2110 Peachtree Street?
Sometimes, yes.
And that includes 1145, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you're familiar with 1145?
I am.
All right, and what year was that approximately that you were on that beat in Zone 2?
2013.
Okay, until when?
2022.
Okay, and so you're familiar with 1145 as a nightclub or a restaurant?
A nightclub.
Okay, and what is your previous experience with 1145 as a nightclub?
Well, we received a lot of calls from there. We knew that particular location to be a problem location, whether it was officers that were working off duty, needing assistance with just rowdy individuals or people getting shot, noise complaints. It was just a variety of calls ever since I've been patrolling back in 2013 up until 2022.
Okay, and based on your knowledge, based upon your patrol in Zone 2, within the zone, 1145 is classified as a nightclub, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then since you become a homicide detective, you were also assigned to a double homicide that occurred at the property in May of 2024, correct?
Correct.
And you're the lead homicide detective on that case, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Correct.
All right, and when you arrived on scene, what did you observe?
It was several individuals outside that was waiting to get answers on what was going on. I was being advised that I had maybe about six victims at the time. Yes, 6 victims that had been shot. And I was at the time waiting on a search warrant to execute on the location. And once inside, I discovered that there were 2 individuals lying on the ground.
Okay, and those 2 individuals lying on the ground, they were inside of the structure that is called 1145.
Correct.
And were they near the door? Can you kind of describe where the bodies were? Were they near the door? They were in the middle of the establishment? Do you know where they were?
Once you enter the establishment and you make a left into the establishment, they were closer to the middle, maybe the middle or closer to the left side of the business.
And you just testified a moment ago that there were other persons shot as well, correct?
Correct.
And were those persons still on the scene when you arrived?
No, they were transported
They were transported
to the hospital.
Okay.
Yes.
But in total, there were 6 persons who received gunshot wounds.
Correct.
And you stated a minute ago that you were waiting for your warrants to come out.
Correct.
And what were those warrants for?
It was mostly for the camera footage at the location.
And based on your investigation, were you able to retrieve those videos?
Yes.
All right. And were you able to obtain videos from that capture outside of 1145?
Correct.
Were you able to obtain videos that captured inside 1145?
Correct.
Were you able to obtain videos that captured the actual shooting that resulted in 6 persons being shot?
Correct.
And were you able to identify any witnesses to kind of give you the rundown about what had occurred?
Yes, I did.
And based upon your investigation, I guess in your own words, what was the result of that investigation in terms of what occurred inside of 1145?
You just want me to sum it up?
Yes.
There was a physical altercation that took place inside. One of the individuals that was able to get a firearm inside of the club retrieved one from his waistband and began shooting, which caused the injuries to the 4 that ended up surviving and causing the fatality of the 2.
And part of your investigation, you stated a minute ago that you were able to retrieve video of outside of 1145. And I want to show you what has been pre-marked as petitioner's exhibit 20. I'm going to mark this one as petitioner's exhibit 20A, which is an entrance video.
Okay.
That was
Any objection to this exhibit? Are you tendering this one?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection? Okay, it's admitted, you can use it. Yes, thank you. Is there audio on it?
There is audio, but
Are you asking that it be transcribed, or could you just put there after the video was played, and we'll put it in the record?
yeah, you don't have to transcribe.
Thank you.
And so, Detective Francis is, I guess I'm going to play it, and I'm going to ask you whether, is this the video that you collected in your investigation?
Yes.
you're teeing that up, I'm gonna put a pin in this, I need to see them right away. This will just take a minute, I'm presiding this week, and those are the grand jury indictments, so we can't hold those up. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a great day. Will there be any tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Sorry for that interruption, go right ahead.
Yes.
It's timestamp, May 12th, 2024, correct?
Correct.
And it says, it's timestamped as 1953, but is that the correct time?
It's timestamped at 1:19:53, but no, it's an hour behind.
Okay, so what time is this, video, what time did this actually occur?
So the correct time would be 2:19 in the morning.
Okay. And, can you kind of describe?
So walking out with the black hoodie and the green pants is going to be one of the individuals, the suspect that ended up bringing the firearm into the club.
And would you just, based on your experience as an officer, is this setup, is this indicative of a restaurant or a nightclub?
A nightclub.
Okay, and based on your investigation, you were able to decipher that this is where folks were paying to get into 1145, correct?
Correct.
All right, and these two individuals, one in the red shirt and one in the tan hoodie, they were collecting cover charges to get in, correct?
The tan hoodie, yes, was collecting the cover charge.
Okay, but this was when you arrived on scene on May 12th, this was the setup that was still there when you responded to the double homicide, correct?
Everything had been removed from right there once I arrived.
Okay, but this was the video that you retrieved from 1145 surveillance camera, right?
Correct.
I mean, he be up here a lot. I don't know who they are. I know who they
Investigation, the music that we're hearing, did you conclude that music was coming from inside 1145?
It appears to be that, yes.
individuals in this video were checked by security before entering 1145?
So, I'm not sure if you wanted to rewind it a little bit, but if you look at the top right corner, there's an individual standing there. He's one of the security officers that was checking.
Checking for weapons?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
checking for
And were
weapons.
you able to view him checking the males?
Yes,
Were you able to view him checking the females?
no,
Do you know whether he checked any of the females before they came in?
no.
Did you ever talk to any of the security guards there that night?
I talked to the head of security and one of the other security officers that was inside.
Okay. And did he indicate whether the females were checked that night?
No, neither one of them said that.
But there's no video that captured them being checked.
No. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
What we're watching now, the individuals with the alleged assailant, they're paying to get in 1145, correct?
Correct.
Based on your investigation, did one of those persons in that video bring the firearm into 1145?
Yes.
But they didn't get it from somewhere that was already stored in 1145.
I can't answer that.
I want to show you another video.
So is this $10 one exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what number is this?
It's still, it's been pre-marked as petitioner's 20, Judge.
Okay, and any objection to this portion? So it's admitted as an exhibit as whole, and you can produce it.
Thank you, Judge. Is this another surveillance camera that you secured from 1145 surveillance as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
All right, and can you just describe what we're looking at?
This is the inside setting. This is right before or right after the individual that brought in the firearm enters the establishment.
I guess, Detective, how long did the alleged shooter enter the establishment from the time that the shots rang out?
It was only a couple of minutes.
And so, on the left-hand corner of this video, petitioner's 20 is timestamped, well, it has 5/12/2024, correct?
Correct.
And then it's timestamped for 1/23/19, but it's really you testified that it's an hour behind, so it's really 2:23, correct?
Correct.
And this was the scene right before the shooting took place, correct?
Correct.
And in your opinion, would this be indicative of a restaurant or a nightclub?
A nightclub.
And how far after this, or what time did the shooting estimate to occur?
1:25.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, 2:25, the correct time.
So about 2 minutes after this is where the shooting occurred.
Correct.
So this was the scene when the shooting occurred.
Correct.
And you see people partying in clubbing. Would that be an accurate depiction?
Yes.
No meals being served or passed out in the video that you view?
Sorry.
Any
Repeat.
meals being served or passed out?
Not from the clips that I saw.
And then shortly after this, at 2:25, the shots rang out, correct?
Correct.
Which resulted in 6 people being shot, correct?
Correct.
And 2 of those persons succumbed to their injuries.
Correct.
And were they transported from the scene?
Which one? The ones that succumbed?
Yes.
Yes, by Fulton County Medical Examiner.
Okay, so they never made it to the hospital or anything like that?
No.
Do you have anything you want to add about 1145?
No. No, it's not.
Detective, in your opinion, would adequate security measures would have prevented from the gun being let into 1145? Would it have saved 2 lives and prevented injuries to 4 others?
I believe so. Although the individuals were patted down, just from my experience as a police officer and then looking at the way that it was done, it doesn't seem like it was very thorough. And just based off of my experience as how we're taught how to do a proper pat down procedure to retrieve weapons or anything that can potentially harm an individual, it was nowhere near as thorough as it was expressed.
Thank you, Detective.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination?
Hi, Detective.
Hello.
So, in your testimony, you mentioned that 1145 is classified as a nightclub. What classifies as a nightclub in your opinion?
The setup, as long as I've been on patrol, that's all we've ever classified it as. We've never known it to be a restaurant.
In your experience, do nightclubs? Sorry. Earlier you mentioned in your testimony that they have a cover charge. Are you aware that cover charges are allowed for restaurants in the city of Atlanta, or is that new information to you?
I can't speak on that.
When you were speaking about the video, you talked about having to obtain a warrant to get the video. Did you receive any opposition from 1145, or is there any issue obtaining the video once you arrived at the scene?
No, it was no issue.
So you got the video pretty fast.
Yes.
Was that camera footage helpful in you identifying the suspects and was the camera footage very helpful in your homicide investigation?
Yes.
Have you ever had any issues with 1145, the owner and management, providing footage or assisting? Have you ever had any issues with them assisting your investigations at this location?
I personally have not had to request video prior to this investigation from them.
Okay. And in your testimony, you testified that you received calls from officers working off duty about people getting shot at 1145, but to your knowledge, you know of any other incidences where someone was shot inside of 1145, to your knowledge?
Yes, through my years of patrols, yes, we have gotten calls.
Calls about them being shot inside of 1145?
I can't say right now whether it's inside or outside, but definitely at that location. That location was named when I received calls.
And when you say that location, you're referring, so you're not referring to inside of 1145, you're referring to either inside or around the immediate vicinity. Is that accurate?
It's been years.
It's been years?
Yes.
So, you also mentioned noise complaints at 1145. Do you personally respond to noise complaints, or is that just from other officers that talked about that?
No, while on patrol, we all receive the notification about the calls, what type of call is coming up, and either the beat officer responds or backup officers respond to that location. So we all get, a fair share of calls.
Have you ever cited 1145 for your noise complaints?
Personally, no. That's never been my beat.
Okay. You mentioned about getting calls for shootings. Are you aware of any other shootings on Bennett Street? Have you heard about any other shootings on Bennett Street?
Yes.
You have. Can you recall what the location was for those shootings?
No.
You can't. But you can testify that there's been shootings on Bennett Street that were not at 1145, or you've heard of shootings that were not at 1145.
No, when the calls came in, it was coming in for that location specifically that I'm aware of.
Do you have any recollection of any of the details of any of the calls that you received about 1145 besides the call besides the May 2024 incident you already testified about?
We're talking about over a 10-year time frame.
Okay. You testified about the procedures on checking patrons. Are you aware of any requirement that nightclubs have to search patrons prior to entry in the city of Atlanta?
No.
Are you aware of any requirement that restaurants have to search patrons in the city of Atlanta?
No.
In the process of your investigation, did you discover that 1145 had hired a security company on the night in question in May 2024 of that night of the homicide? Did you discover that 1145 had in fact engaged a security company to work that night?
Yes, they did have security, yes.
In your investigation, did you discover that 1145 also hired off-duty officers to patrol to work on the outside of the business?
Yes.
So security. So there was. Do you know how many off-duty officers were working that night?
From what I can recall, at least two.
At least two. So it was more than one officer was working that night. Also, do you recall the method that you received, or were you physically given a copy of the recording from the May incident, the homicide incident, or did you watch? Do you remember how you first watched the video from that night, or what method?
I first watched the video off of a city cell phone. It was recorded by one of the officers at the scene. I saw it at the scene, and then we had Homeland Security to come out, and they retrieved the video. They uploaded it to evidence.com, and I watched it that way.
So if a city officer showed you video on his cell phone that night, that means that must have been sent pretty fast that must have been sent to him. That means that he got a copy prior to Homeland Security pulling a copy, correct?
He recorded the screen on his city cell phone.
So he recorded the screen
Mhm.
from 11, that means that 1145 must have given him access to the video prior to Homeland Security coming, correct?
Correct.
I think that's all I have.
Okay.
Investigator, I just have one question. Do you,
Mhm.
on that particular night, was anybody from Bennett Street Properties or the owner present?
The manager was there. One of the managers was there.
Of the?
Of 1145.
Okay, no, I'm talking about the whole mall, like the actual,
Oh, the property
owner.
manager. Oh, no. No.
were they called or in any way contacted?
No.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any redirect?
Detective, what is your understanding of extra work or outside work by off-duty work for APD officers?
Work outside of our regular business hours. If you're assigned to, I guess, the evening shift, which is from 2 to 10 or 3 to 11, you may start the off-duty job at 11:30 if you get off at 11 o'clock. And it's during your off time.
Well, I guess my question, Detective, is what are Atlanta police officers allowed to do if they were hired at a nightclub or a restaurant off-duty?
For a nightclub, well, we're not allowed to go inside of nightclubs. We're not allowed to work inside nightclubs. We're allowed to stand at the door. We're not allowed to search anybody. We can patrol the parking lot, things like that.
But, so having an APD officer outside a club or restaurant wouldn't prevent getting weapons or guns or violent incidents occurring inside an establishment, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you testified a second ago that there was security there that night, correct?
Correct.
And despite that security being there, a gun was let into the establishment, correct?
Correct.
And do you know whether there was multiple guns let in that night, or was it just one gun?
I can't answer that right now. It's still an open criminal investigation.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Any recross?
Just real quickly, you just testified that you know, off-duty officers cannot go inside to patrol the inside of a establishment, but they can patrol the parking lot. Does that mean that the off-duty officer, in that capacity, isn't it correct that the off-duty officers can exercise all, trying to figure out where this, although they're off-duty, working at establishments, can those off-duty officers still arrest, patrol, and protect the outside of 1140, outside of the business, including the parking lot areas, although they're off-duty?
Yes.
They still have those powers then?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, if the parties will sit tight for just a second, can I see you, Deputy? And anybody else is free to go before I release the lawyers. And can she be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, stay safe.
Thank you.
Okay, I just need to check on one thing if you guys will stay.
Thank you.
just need a minute, we'll have an announcement for you.
Okay.
Okay, while we're waiting, we're gonna have a short calendar for presiding in the morning before we get started, so we'll start a little bit late, but I'll let you know as the day moves on. Okay, can I see the attorneys at the bench? Okay. Is it DeFay? DeFay. Mr. DeFay, it appears that you have an active warrant out of non-complex, and I'm gonna have to take you into custody. I'm gonna ask court staff not to take you out for processing until the end of the day and let you remain for the remainder of the evidence today. But I've gotta take you into custody now. I've shown the warrant to your attorney just now. So it's a failure to appear in Superior Court non-complex on the bench warrant numbers 23 SC 191727. It's not this court's bench warrant, but I have to effectuate it. I can't let you leave. A failure to appear on your case in non-complex. Well, your attorney can address it, so. And he'll have lunchtime to do some research on it. We're not taking you out of the building, we're just gonna put you in the holding cell, we'll bring you back out for the afternoon. Your attorney will be able to look into this over his lunch hour, and then they'll take you to the jail for processing later today. Thank you, and thank you for your patience. Do you want to take a picture of this so you have all the information? You can take a picture of both sides, if that'll help you. Or if you just want to borrow it for a while, you can do that too. Okay. Okay, so we're going to recess for lunch. Any objection to trying to start back up at 1:30?
No objection.
Does that give you guys enough time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Mr. Bailey, we're only learning about this morning. I would have given you earlier heads up. Sorry about that. And if you need a little more time at lunchtime, let me know. Okay, we'll recess till 1:30. Thank you.
The jury room as a discussion space or just office space, you're welcome to use our jury room back there. And there's restrooms back there. Attorneys only. Oh, sorry, I have. to do this once before? No, we just let me, okay, just a second, let me look up what cases you have pending and stuff.
Is it out of date?
These are luncheons.
Do you have case numbers?
Okay. This case is still open, it's filed, it's active. Oh. Great. And the advertisement in the newspaper, got it, sorry. Normally people file the, or people submit the affidavit to the
I know, I get the brown sugar cinnamon. At home I do, here I just ate them like a hamster.
No, the bench warrant number is not criminal. Unless it's a criminal case. Is it a criminal case?
I'm there if you just want to do it.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell you. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell you guys. Okay, so it's a warrant number? I'm number 8.
You gonna do?
Huh?
You going back to your office?
Yeah, I'm gonna run to the office right quick.
191 727. Is that the warrant number?
All right, but what do you got?
I don't know if it'll help, but Tom White, W-I-G-H-T, is, you're good to go. Thank you. The, I believe the DA's office supervisor.
I guess I am cool.
for
I thought I wasn't, but
non-complex.
I guess I am.
So if you need a prosecutor to speak to, it's Tom,
Okay.
W-I-G-H-T, Tom Thomas.
Okay.
I can leave it up if that's just
I'm
easier.
pretty sure the sheriff's office would be able to also.
Yeah.
Are you?
All right.
I said, are you involved?
No, can you?
Yeah, I know you.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I don't think you
Other case.
have a.
I couldn't understand what
You're
you just said.
totally out of.
I'm totally out.
You don't need to leave the courtroom, and you're welcome to use our jury room if you need something. We let attorneys stay in.
Okay.
Sir?
I'll
Oh, no, sorry. Just trying to.
put up others. All right.
Yes, you had to get it notarized.
Yes.
No, no. Just a second.
Okay,
I'll be
thank
back.
you.
Hopefully that saves you a bunch of money.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, Mr. If I switch users, will it mess up with anything you have here?
I don't know, but don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah, switch user normally doesn't. And I'll just, if the worst thing that can happen is I need to sign into the Zoom again, so that's not a problem.
Gotcha.
And I let her know she can stay, and if the other attorneys need that workspace, that they could use the jury room.
Okay.
But aside from attorneys,
I'm
the
gonna
courtroom
leave,
should be
I just
locked.
need to finish this.
Oh, don't worry
really
about
quick.
it. It's impossible to find a good workspace around here.
Did it say you on here? About this good form? Did he get a good form?
He got it notarized. What was the problem?
He had an address and then he changed it after it was notarized. I sent it downstairs to get a new form. Okay.
Things are, the address on his license was a Georgia address.
Okay.
We're gonna police who gets tuition credits here.
Okay. Didn't want that. Just want to make sure everything goes smooth, that's all. Gotcha. Alright.
Oh, I am gonna take my phone. You don't need the text messages from my family.
Hello? Okay. Alright. $13.67 radio.
1367, be advised, 200 acres confirmed. Airport sending it to 185 Central.
Receive, thank you, radio.
This problem is so bad.
L457. 7. Go ahead. 83 check on a black nail.
$13.67 radio. 13.67, 1300. Code 65 F5 Frank. No additional needed at this time. Code 65 F5 Frank. No additional needed at this time.
now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Nord.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early. Early.
Tracking breaking news,
traffic, and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed,
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Nord.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternates.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Nord.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There's a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a third grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Nord.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There's a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a third grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive storm trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive storm trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternates.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Noor.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternates.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Noor.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
we have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
Stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face.
So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team
to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Nord.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face.
So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive storm trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternates.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa Nord.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive storm trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early.
Early.
Tracking breaking news
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face. So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early. Early.
Tracking breaking news
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternate.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation uncovered several factors leading to faulty fire hydrants. And we explain how you and your family may unknowingly slow down firefighters by limiting access to hydrants. Scan the QR code right now to watch. When it comes to public safety and our emergency services, the story is only on 11 Alive News. It's a wonderful feeling to be a journalist in my hometown. People that knew me when I was little are watching me, and so I want to make sure that I get stuff right. Good journalism is impactful, whether it is taking on something that needs to be changed or touching somebody. This is my city just as much as it is yours. So when I'm out, when I see people, it's, hey, how are you? It's what's going on in your world. Because even when I'm not at work, people still trust me.
Only on 11 Alive News, we examined the 4 ways you and your family can identify whether a review is real or not and save you some money.
There is a lot of red flags that you should look for.
With tricks to identifying fake reviews, like simply looking at the profile name. Our investigation uncovered how major companies are now working together to make sure you never see a fake review again. When it comes to saving you money, the story is only on 11 Alive News.
I've always really cared about what's happening here in Atlanta. This is home. I was born and raised right here in the city. Even as a 3rd grader, I'd watch the news and have my dad record me recapping the day's events. Now, as an 11 Alive anchor, I carry that same passion to tell stories that have impact and to be active in the community. I need to know what matters most to people and even the challenges they may face.
So what a privilege to be back home in Atlanta and join you every weekday with Faith Jesse right here on 11 Alive News at 4.
Let's face it, the weather is always changing. We can't control it, but we can help you prepare for it.
Crazy weather can really mess up your plans, even put you at risk.
So trust our team to give you everything you need to know when you need it most.
We care about getting the forecast right for you.
When severe weather threatens,
We have a high risk of heavy rain that could lead to flash flooding.
stay safe, informed, and in control with the 11 Alive Storm Trackers.
The city doesn't stop when you go to sleep.
That's why we're up early. Early.
Tracking breaking news,
Traffic and weather.
Preparing you before you get out of bed.
so you can start your day a step ahead.
When news is happening in the afternoon, you'll see it on 11 Alive News now at 4. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Faith Jesse. We're both Atlanta natives, so we know the city like you do.
Most importantly, you'll know what to expect wherever you're headed with updates from Atlanta's traffic expert, Crash Clark.
I've got your alternates.
And get your first look at the forecast with meteorologist Melissa North.
Rain is moving into Atlanta right now.
Plus, we'll help you make smarter decisions that'll save you money.
When it's happening in the afternoon.
You'll see it on 11 Alive News at 4.
So my story actually begins in Oakland, California. My mom and dad were blue-collar workers. As a kid, we never talked about college. So I joined the Army for more than 8 years, and that's how I was able to afford it. I got out, I joined the Oakland Police Department, and I was good at it, involved in undercover operations and making felony arrests. But I knew that there was something more, so I ended up transitioning into journalism, where this is where I am supposed to be, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years now.
Only on 11 Alive News, defective fire hydrants. We found hundreds across Metro Atlanta broken, or worse, running dry. From inspections issues to repair problems, our investigation.
Ms. Gates, are you with Drew Eckel?
Yes.
Okay, I looked it up online, I just wanted to double check.
Yeah, but I have a hyphenated name, so it's no Gator Yates. So if you go to the list of attorneys, I might be under Ann. Like, I'm not really sure how they put me
Yeah, I was
there.
looking for you on the site, and then I thought, you know what, I'm just gonna go with what our website says.
Yeah, it was such a bad choice to hyphenate my name. Yeah, I have no idea.
I know, I do.
Your name is hyphenated?
I tried to hyphenate it, and then I went to the DMV, and the lady was occupied, so I just go by 2 names.
I have two names that are not hyphenated.
I should have done that because, especially because my maiden name is Portuguese. Nobody knows how to pronounce it.
Yeah, I could.
Everybody spells it. Like, at one point when they put me on New Echo, my name was misspelled on their website. I was like, no. Like, nobody can.
I went and got this, I went back to my office.
Yeah, I kept my
Well,
maiden
French
name,
pool.
but I just go by my husband's.
Well, I had
name.
somebody in the office.
Which is, to me, so much easier. So I don't know, if you put C is not under Yates, you have to go under Ann.
I looked in your, and I couldn't find it. Maybe I'm just.
And it's right there. Never it is.
Oh, okay, maybe I, who knows what I did. I could have been looking at it different.
No wearing glasses on the picture, so maybe
Maybe that's why.
it's not a good feature either.
Hey, it's better than some. Some of the pictures I see on these sites, I'm like, who took that?
She need to attest to that, that she got 3 bottles, she got 6 shoes, and then included I'm gonna ask her if it's wine, and they say it's liquor. You can't sell liquor. You can only sell wine. A restaurant can only sell wine, not liquor. So that's a violation.
Somebody else is because I didn't know.
send you the favors. I see this one.
Do you need more time? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I don't know. He didn't tell me that.
They're all outside. Okay.
Where you go for lunch? Where you go for lunch? Thing downstairs.
Is everybody pretty much ready, or do y'all need any more time?
No, I think we're
Sorry, you're. Yeah, okay. I appreciate it.
Are we gonna be able to bring out Mr. DeFay? Yes. Thank you so much for arranging that, I appreciate it. Thank you. Counsel, technically your client doesn't have a right to be here instead of the jail, but I think that given the timing of everything, it's fair for him to be present. You're asking me to keep him present? Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, Counsel, this is about a medication issue, so you can come if you want to, but I just have questions for his attorney.
Okay. Oh,
Okay, let's bring him out. Do you want to go back to ask him that? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like in the case, that would be our next step, but then I have all the material, gave it to me, the fact that they have the fact that I was involved with but before that, I didn't really have much.
Yeah, and they've been doing more, they have like a little, the food events here and at the government center. If you are, I mean, they're here for a set time, so often trials, their lunch breaks, those are fun, and they're all about that.
Even if they don't have their bag on.
That would be something she proposed, and it's so easy. Also, there was cafeteria here.
I used to go there, yeah.
Yeah, now it's basically just.
Vending machines, but not even ones like at the big hospitals, the vending machines are actual.
Right.
So we can get that.
I saw a new one down there today. They had, some, like, food.
Oh, interesting. I mean, they're all gonna be so because it's food.
COVID has really, all the buildings, I live around here, so.
Oh, you do?
I live in Midtown, so. But all the longer ones have shut down their a lot of them had all, buildings, cafeterias, and then they have.
Right, that's true. That is nice. We just moved to Gilbert Beach, and we're out there doing shoots.
Now it's just like meetings for free, they don't have offices, and they were supposed to, and they're using the building I thought, to have like a whole cafeteria. And it's just, they're having her husband, they're like down there, they moved like last year. And their little cafe, I think we were supposed to have a cafeteria, but then people are going to the office. These are very sharp, yeah. never checked the TV.
Deputy Hero,
Who's that?
Deputy Hero, can I ask you a quick question? Sorry. So what are we gonna do about the rest? What has to happen? Is it in a prescription container? So somebody could be paying.
That's what was missing. We didn't have, we didn't say what it was. Okay, that's what we need to see.
Okay, thanks. We're waiting for you. Let's have tea.
I didn't know he had a retainer.
Who's your official? What's Karen doing? I don't think she does. She's terrible. She does. Said she's got Mondays that she's got. It was her birthday. She paid us $750. It's wild. It's better to have somebody remote than to switch on your there will be somebody Or bad luck because no, that's it's all I know, crazy.
started, I've assured him we can quit early today so that he can deal with some of this. So we'll try to quit around 3:30. Does that really mess you up with some witnesses?
No.
Quit by 4, but shoot for 3:30?
Yeah, I think we should be done by 4 for the day.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And it's my understanding that your client will not be with us this afternoon. Okay. All right, go ahead with your next witness.
The city called Shakola Weston.
No, you coming
No.
up. Yeah.
Miss Weston.
Put your bag down. Yeah. Straight up. You turn to face me and raise your right hand. You swear from the testimony you give to the court that you shoot the whole truth, so help you.
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat. And into the mic, state and spell your name to the court.
Shakola Weston, SHICOLAWESTON.
Good afternoon, Ms. Weston. Are you familiar with the property address of 2110 Peachtree?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with the property?
It's 11:45. I went and celebrated my birthday.
Beg your pardon?
I celebrated my birthday.
And when did you celebrate your birthday?
May 12th.
Okay. And was that Mother's Day?
Yes.
Okay. And have you been to that property prior to your birthday?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know that that particular property to be a restaurant or a club?
A club.
And how many times prior to May 12th have you frequented 2110 Peachtree?
That was my third time.
Okay. And have you ever been charged a cover charge?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the cover that you paid for?
It was between $20 and $40 each time. It's been a couple of years. So.
Okay. And on the nights that you were there, and previous to May 12th, did you go through any type of security?
Yeah.
Did they ask for your ID?
No.
Did they check inside of your purse?
Barely.
Okay. And on May 12th, were you charged a cover charge?
No.
Okay. Did you pay anything?
Yes. I had to pay I paid for my section, but that was after the situation happened.
Okay. And what did you pay for a section?
$750.
And that $750, what did it include, Ms. Weston?
Just a section and 3 bottles of liquor. I want to say it was 2 bottles of Terramana and a bottle of Deleon.
Okay, so was this wine or was it actual liquor, bottles of liquor?
Bottles of liquor.
On the evening of May 12th, did you go through any security points, checkpoints?
Yeah, we went through one, but they barely checked us.
Okay, did they ask for your ID?
No, the only reason they got my ID is because I was paying for the section, but they didn't, the security didn't ask for it. The lady at the desk where we paid for our section asked for it.
Okay, did they look, did you have a purse that night?
I did.
Did they look inside your purse?
He looked at the top when he didn't look at the bottom. He literally just opened it, saw my lip gloss on the top and closed it. So like a second.
Did you get, was there any pat down at the security?
No.
Okay, and that $750, did it include any food?
No.
Okay. Can you walk the court through what happened once you got inside?
Okay, just a minute. Basically, I got there a little after 12. I was waiting for the rest of my party. We got there probably, yes ma'am, I'm sorry. We was in a section, like as soon as you walked through the door, that was our section. Like straight as soon as you walked through, our section was right there. So I waited for the rest of my people to come in. I'll say about 20 minutes in, I finally got my my sign with my hookah, you know, with the drinks and stuff like that. The bottle girls came out with my sign or whatever. Basically, we just partied. Like, we were just having fun throughout the night. We was drinking, turning up. I just remember it was a guy that was getting put out the club. He was in a headlock. You know, we was, you know, when you partying and stuff like that, you don't think nothing of it. So we did see a guy aggressively getting put out the club or whatever. Didn't think anything of it. I'll say probably like not even 10 minutes, I would have to say. He came back in. Of course, he wasn't thinking nothing of it because we was dancing, we turning up, we partying and stuff like that. But I do remember like saying like, dang, you know, he on a mission. Shortly after that, that's when the gunshots rang out. So I don't remember much because I was intoxicated that night, but I do remember the key points to where the, because even with the gunshot, once we heard the first gunshot, I thought it was like a balloon popping or a bottle of champagne being popped. Like not even a few seconds after that, the rest of the shots started ringing out. And after that, you know, it was one man for themselves. Everyone went running. I remember I was trampled over really, really bad. Yeah.
Ms. Weston, were the shots fired inside of the facility?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you sustain any injuries?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell the court about the injuries you sustained?
I was trampled. So I didn't know this was my first time ever been in a situation like that. So of course I froze. Once everything happened, I guess everyone was rushing towards me, so I was trampled over. My boyfriend tried his best to get me up out of there. I didn't know that I was, like, my leg was hurt until after the fact. I had, like, a knot the size of, like, a golf ball. I think I was, somebody, like, they pushed me over a ladder trying to get out of the exit because we had to go through the kitchen to get out. You know, get to safety or whatever. And I remember, I think, falling over a ladder that was either pushed down or whatever that was blocking the exit way. And I was trampled over that. I had a bunch of scratches and bruises all over my neck, my body. And yeah, so the main one, I could barely walk for a couple of days. It was a knot on my left leg, on my shin.
Was other members of your party trampled due to the setup of the club?
Yes, several.
And let's just go back. Were you offered a menu to order food?
Yes.
But food was not included in the $750 you paid for?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Weston. No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination?
Just really brief, probably one question.
No, ma'am, thank you.
Ms. Weston, you made reference to witnessing a guy in a headlock being escorted outside of Elleven45 at some point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was it your testimony that that you saw him later, that he returned, or was that just in the police report? Forgive me.
That was in the police report as well. Like I said, I don't know if he was the same guy, but it looked like he was the same guy that dude, because how he came back in, he was put out aggressively, and it wasn't that long before he came back the same way he was getting put out, and he had the same clothes on.
But the person who was escorted out, you didn't witness any situation prior. You don't know why they were escorted out.
No, I didn't hear any commotion or anything.
And then you also testified that you know of Elleven45 to be a club. Is that correct? Accurate?
Yes, correct.
In your opinion, what makes it a club, or why do you believe it to be a club?
It is a club because they allow people to smoke marijuana inside. We buy bottles that we can buy from a liquor store, and they charge us extra, way more than a liquor store, you know, serve it, to sell it. There was dancing on the couch, you know what I'm saying? We don't do that in restaurants, only lounges and clubs. And security was hustling as well because I had my brother, he didn't have his ID and they charged him $20 to get in without his ID, even though he was of age, of course, but he was charged $20, as well as they tried to, my sister-in-law, she was 9 months pregnant. She unfortunately wanted to come with us that night because she didn't want my brother there, I guess, around other women. So she insisted on coming or whatever, but I told her I would have to ask someone there. We asked the young lady there. She asked, were we able to see her stomach? I was like, yeah, very much. She was like, well, no, she can't come in. In the midst of that conversation, the security guard asked us, he was like, how much you trying to get her in? How much you willing to pay to get her in? It was like, nothing. Because why would we pay to get her in? Like, I didn't even want her coming anyway. You know what I'm saying? But if I was to have paid, they would have let her, a 9-month pregnant lady, in, and she had the baby 2 days after May 14th. She had a May 14th. So, and that situation happened. So yeah, that's what makes it a club.
So your definition, or what makes it a club in your opinion, is just based on exterior factors such as the nature of how security is and the nature of dancing and partying.
And the bottles and the live DJ.
And the live DJ.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And the hookah girls with the bottles coming out with the lightning and the signs and stuff as well.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Any questions? Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, any reason she can't be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Traquel Walker. The city calls Traquel Walker.
Ma'am, you're free to go. If you want to stay and watch now, you can, but you absolutely don't have to. You're free to go.
Do you swear upon the testimony you give to the court is truth, the whole truth, so help you?
Yes.
You go ahead and have a seat right there in the blue chair.
Okay.
And into the mic, state and spell your name for the court.
Traquel Walker, Taquail. Do you mind scooting up a little closer to the microphone? Thanks.
Good afternoon, Ms. Walker. Are you familiar with the property address of 2110 Peachtree?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with that property?
I've been there several times to party, the club.
Okay. And you just said club. Do you know that property to be a restaurant or a club?
A club.
And were you at that at the club on May 12th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to May 12th of 2024, how many times were you at the club?
I say approximately 4 times.
Okay. And on those 4 times, were you charged a cover charge?
Yes.
Okay. And did you come in contact with security at any time on those 4 times prior to May 12th?
Yes.
Were you pat down?
No.
Did they ask for your ID?
1 time.
Okay. 1 time out of the 4.
Yes.
Okay. Did they search on the 4 times? Did you have a purse with you?
I had a purse.
Did they look inside your purse?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now let me direct your attention to May 12th of 2024.
Okay.
Were you at 2110 Peachtree on May 12th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And what took you to the club on that date?
It's my best friend's birthday.
Okay. And on that particular night, did you go through the security checkpoint when entering the facility?
I did.
Did they ask for an ID?
They asked for my ID that night.
Okay. Did you have a purse with you?
I had a purse.
Did they look inside your purse?
No,
Okay. Did they pat you down?
no,
Did you pay a fee to enter?
no, ma'am.
Okay. Once you got inside, how was the setup of 2110?
Walking inside, walk through security. When you walk through the main door, our section was right in front of the door. So you walk in, if you veer right here to the left, it's right here in front of the door, the main door. So you have is a bar to the right and more sections to the left, or you can go straight back. But our section was right in the front by the door.
When you say section, describe to the court what a section is.
Basically, a section in a club is basically a small little intimate area for you and the people that you come with. So it might be like a sectional couch and maybe a little seating beside it. And that's your personal section that you pay for when you're going to the club, for you and your party to party in.
Okay. And is this section roped off?
It's not roped off.
Okay. Do you know Ms. Weston?
I do.
Okay. And did you not pay a fee because Ms. Weston paid a fee?
She paid a fee. She paid for the section.
Okay. And do you know how much she paid for that section?
$750.
Okay. And do you know what that $750 included?
I know it came with 3 bottles, 3 alcoholic bottles, 3 liquor bottles, and I'm guessing a sign with her name on it to say happy birthday to her.
Okay. And how many people were in your party?
Was it like 10? I believe it's like 10.
Okay. Was anyone in your party denied entry?
No, it was nobody denied. Nobody was denied.
Okay. Did you observe any incidents while you were there on May 12th?
Going in?
No, when you were inside the club.
Well, while I was in there, there was an incident. It was a fight with some guys, I'm guessing, in the back of the club. There was an incident then. When that incident happened, I seen when they removed one of the guys from the back and took him outside the club. I did also see that specific guy though. I see him back in the club after he was removed. We were still partying. I noticed that guy still was in the club. Okay. So I don't know if they took him to the front, but he was back partying.
Okay. Were there any other incidents that night that you observed?
Well, after that, that's when there was the shooting inside the club. Okay. Which, when it happened, I assumed that it was a confetti popper or something. I didn't realize that it was gunshots until everyone started bum rushing and started moving. So I got knocked over.
Okay. Because of the seating arrangement, were you injured?
Yes, actually. I was in front of my section. So the way the section is set up, it's set up as in like my couch is facing this way, but there's also a section in front of my section. So I was standing in front of this section, leaning on the back of the section. And when the shots went off, everyone started running really fast, and I got pushed back, and my knee got caught between the section's table. It's a table, they're heavy tables where you can set the liquor bottles and hookahs. My knee got caught in between the sections, the couch, and the table. So I was stuck in there while everyone was running out the club.
Okay. Because of the seating arrangement, was it difficult to exit the club?
It was definitely difficult to exit the club.
Okay.
Definitely.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time.
Cross-examination?
The other attorney said she has to. Oh, no, sorry.
Hi, I'll be very brief, Mr. Walker. You stated that you've been to 1145 multiple occasions before this, right?
Yes, sir.
So you did not encounter any acts of physical violence on the previous 3 occasions. This is the first time, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all I have.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, any cross for you? Okay, any reason she shouldn't be excused?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you're excused, ma'am. If you want to stay and watch, you can, but you can absolutely leave. Before your next witness, I have to take up a presiding matter in chambers, but it will take 2 minutes. So if you want to tee your witness up and go ahead and have them seated, that's fine. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Judge.
Ladies, I need you to turn your phones completely off for me. You're going to stay inside. I need you to turn your phones completely off.
Mr. Fuller. I'm gonna do Welcome and then Stacy Stravinsky. Then I'm gonna do so he don't have to come back.
Court come to order, remain seated.
Sorry about that. All set.
Thank you, Your Honor. The city calls Tisha Murphy.
Chair. All right, you turn to face me, raise your right hand. Do you swear further testimony you give to the court is the truth, the whole truth, so help you? Go ahead and have a seat, and enter the mic, state and spell your name for the court.
Tashia Murphy, Tishia, last name Murphy.
Ms. Murphy, are you familiar with the property address of 2110 Peachtree
Yes.
Street? How are you familiar with that property address?
It's a lounge, a club.
Okay, and were you at that particular property address at 2110 Peachtree on the evening of May 12th, 2024?
Yes, I attended my friend's birthday celebration.
Okay, prior to that particular date, May 12th, had you been to that particular property address before?
Yes.
How many times prior to May 12th had you been to the property?
Maybe 2 times.
Okay, and on your 2 prior visits prior to May 12th, were you ID'd?
The first time I was, and I did have to pay an entry fee of $20. The second time, I got free entry because I was with a party.
Okay, and on each of these times, did you go through a security checkpoint?
Yes.
Were you patted down?
No.
On those 2 prior visits, did you bring a purse?
Yes.
Did they look inside of your purse?
They asked me to open it, but didn't look inside.
Okay. And do you know this property to be a restaurant or a nightclub?
Nightclub.
Okay. And you said you were there on the evening of May 12th with a friend for a birthday party. Was that friend Ms. Weston?
Yes.
Okay. And were you charged a cover charge that night?
I was not charged a cover charge.
Okay. And on that particular night, did you go through security checkpoint?
Yes.
And did they pat you down on May 12th?
No.
Did they ask for your ID?
No, they said they didn't need it.
Okay, and did they look in, did you have a purse with you?
I had my purse, yes.
Did they look inside your purse?
They asked me to open it, but didn't look inside.
Okay. Was anybody in your party denied entry?
For the most part, nobody was really denied. Cola, I know her sister and her brother came. I know she was denied access unless she was willing to pay a fee because she was pregnant.
Okay. And the fee was based on her pregnancy?
Yes.
Once you got inside, can you describe to the court the atmosphere of 2110 Peachtree?
So it is a nightclub. They have a DJ, it's alcohol. Once you come inside, there's bars. There's a bar on the right-hand side. You go on the left-hand side. It's more of an open area as a club. They have sections everywhere.
Okay. And on that particular night, did you and Miss Weston's party have a section?
Yes, we had a section. As soon as you walk through the front door, the section is literally right across once you bear to the left.
Okay. And do you know if Miss Weston was charged for that section?
She was definitely charged for the section.
Do you know how much she was charged?
Around $750.
Okay. And do you know what that $750 included?
It consisted of us having entry of a certain amount of people, and 3 liquor bottles, and just a section. That's it.
Okay. Did you witness any incidents on the night of May 12, 2024?
Yes. There was an altercation that happened with a gentleman. I just remember seeing security escort him out in a headlock position. But I wasn't for certain how drastic the situation was because he came right back in a couple of maybe 30 minutes, 20 minutes later.
Okay. And was there any other incidents that you witnessed when you were there that night?
The shooting.
Okay. And can you tell the court about the shooting?
So I say it's probably around, I'm not sure what time it was because like I said, we was drinking. It was around 2 something because I remember looking at my phone, sending out a text. I wasn't paying attention. By this time, our server had came over to get our payments. So probably 2 minutes after she had took away our cards and our cash, shots rang out. But at that time, I didn't realize it was shots. It sounded like balloons or maybe fireworks or something. Somebody pulled me down, fell down to the floor. I just remember everything being dark, and for a split second, it sounded silent. But of course, it's chaos everywhere. Within that time span, all I could think was, I need to get up out of here because it's Mother's Day. And I got a son myself, and I can't be dead on Mother's Day. So I just remember I was fighting myself to get up out of there. I was crawling over people. I don't even know if they was dead or alive. But I managed to get myself out of that front door, and I just ran across the street, hoping that the cars wouldn't hit me, until I seen the valet, the parking people. That's when I was relieved, and I just collapsed to the floor until I heard the sirens.
Okay. And because of the seating arrangement, was it difficult to exit the club?
It was difficult, yes.
Okay. And what door did you get out of?
The front door.
Okay. Is there anything else you would like the court to know about your experience on the night of May 12th of 2024?
It's only so much you can put into words, but that was a terrifying night.
I'm sorry, Ms. Murphy. That's all I have.
The other side gets to cross-examine. Cross-examination?
Just one question.
Okay, that's fine. I was just asking if she wants water.
Mr. Walker, you testified that somebody told one of the patrons I was with you that they could come inside. They couldn't come inside because she was pregnant unless they paid a fee. Was that a security guard who told the patron that?
Yes.
Correct. So it wasn't an owner, it wasn't anybody managing, it was a security guard.
It was a security guard, yes.
That's all.
Any redirect?
Just one question.
Okay, that's fine.
This person, were they a representative of 1145?
Yes. Anybody that's, if you're on the payroll at that club, you're a representative. Security, manager, hostess, yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Murphy.
Based on that, any recross? Okay. Any reason she can't be excused?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You can be excused if you want to stay and watch.
The city calls John Wilker.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you give to the court is the truth, the whole truth, so help you? Go ahead and have a seat and enter the mic. State and spell your name for the court.
My name is John Welker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wilker. Are you familiar with the property address of 2110 Peachtree?
I am.
How are you familiar with that property address?
It lives on the same street as our business, Terminus Ballet.
Okay, can you repeat that? What's the name of your business?
Terminus Ballet, DBA, Terminus Modern Ballet Theater.
And how close in proximity is Terminus Ballet to 1145 Lounge?
It's a couple thousand yards down the street, not too far away.
Okay, and do you know 2110 Peachtree, also known as 1145 Lounge, to be a restaurant or a club?
It's a club.
And how long have Terminus Modern Ballet been a neighbor to 1145?
We signed our lease in 2022.
Okay. Okay, since 2022, have there been any incidents from 1145 that has affected your business, Terminus Ballet?
Absolutely. You know, our company has both a school and then also the company aspect. And our school generally operates between the hours of 4 and 9 p.m. So they actually have the most overlap between club operating hours, particularly on the weekends. We do have performances and events during that, which has, you know, the biggest overlap with the club. So just to get into our facility, you have to drive by the club. No one has any different access points. That's it.
Okay. Have you ever had any issues with your patrons parking?
Absolutely. Our students, our artists, our staff, our patrons, our donors all have had issues getting in and out of that club depending on the day or the occasion. My biggest concern is our students. A lot of these young girls, you know, they train there 5 to 6 days a week. You know, they're the ones getting out at 9 o'clock, you know, go to school. A lot of them have driving. They're without an adult in the car. And so they're the ones most affected by the operation of the club.
And how are they affected?
Well, a lot of our students have been stopped by the club valet right at the entrance point to Bennett Street and are given access until they roll down their windows. They won't give them right away on a city street. These kind of came apparent to us over time. They got progressively worse. They witnessed people relieving themselves on the street. They witnessed explicit lyrics, amplified music. They witnessed drug use. So this is not something conducive to a school environment.
Objection hearsay.
Mr. Wilker, have you yourself heard any amplified music emanating from 1145?
I have, yes.
Okay. And since you've been there since 22, have you yourself either witnessed drug usage?
I have not witnessed it personally, but I have smelled it. I know what it smells like. Yes.
Okay. Since the club has been closed, can you describe to court the atmosphere in the Bennett area?
In a nutshell, it's a lot more quiet. We've not had the issues that we've had when the club is in operation.
Okay. Have you yourself had any type of occasion to call the police?
I have not personally. You know, I'm an adult male. I am not a young teenage girl driving alone. But I have experienced a lot of the same issues in concerning ingress and egress from our facilities. I have heard a lot of complaints from our donors, folks that we rely on to stay in business. We are a growing business. We're trying to recruit more people. So it's just a constant ongoing problem for a company like ours.
So, but earlier you said that Club 1145 operates earlier. So it operates only at 10 p.m. or does it operate earlier than that?
It depends on the occasion, right? Not every day is equal in terms of holidays or weekends or just spring break or time off. Clubs have kind of different occasions, different events. So there's been some variability to it, but it's pretty consistent. Where the club generally gets started on a Thursday, you know, until through to Sunday. We do notice a lot more trash on the street. I've experienced many times where the trash has not been picked up the next morning, where I'm having meetings with donors or some of our staff, and we're literally driving over and through trash just to get to our building. So it just depends on the occasion and on the time of year. Spring and summer are definitely a lot more busy than the winter times.
Okay. Are they open consistently 6 days a week?
As far as I know, yes.
Have you ever complained to the property manager or the owner of 1145?
Not personally to the owner or property manager of 1145, but our property manager at the Tula Arts Center, yes, I have.
Okay. Is your property managed by the same individuals that manage 1145?
It is not.
Okay. Is it owned by the same people that own 1145?
It is not.
Is there anything additional you would like court to know about your concerns for 1145 Lounge?
As director of this company, it is my foremost priority to keep our patrons safe and ensure their safety, particularly our students, our younger students, our minors who are there. With the May 12th events, I'm sure I cannot offer any guarantees. We have policies in place that anytime that club is operating, I am very conscientious on what that means for our patrons and our students. I don't feel good about it.
All right, thank you.
So I have a few quick questions for you. Are you familiar with any other restaurants or any other eating and drinking establishments on Bennett Street?
I am.
Have you had any issues with any other establishments on Bennett Street at all?
I have not.
You've not. Well, in your testimony, you testified that you have issues getting, your employees have issues getting in and out of the club. Do you mean like in and out of Bennett Street and the intersection of Bennett Street and Peachtree Street? Is that what you mean?
As far as I know, none of our patrons go to Club 1145, going in and out of the club. But yeah, the street itself, yes, going in and out of the street.
So you believe that all issues on Bennett Street are attributable to 1145? Would that be it?
No, that's not correct.
Well, you testified that that you often see trash on the street on the way to your business. Can you clarify exactly where the trash is that you notice, or where on Bennett Street you see that trash?
On Bennett Street, the whole street.
On the whole street. So, are there not several clubs past 1145, directly next door to 1145 on the other side that the trash could have came from as well?
As far as I know, Club 1145 is the only club. There is one other club, but that's as far as I know. The rest are restaurants.
Which club is that you're referencing?
I'm not sure. It is located on the other side of the street, just across from the parking lot. It's a very small property. I don't attribute a lot of traffic to that club.
Which parking lot? Okay. So when you talked about the valet, being stopped by the valet, you testified that you're stopped by the club's valet, correct?
That's correct.
What parking lot does that valet park cars into?
Just across from the club.
Just across from the club. So is your belief that is the valet? That's the club's valet?
Well, if I see patrons going in and out from that to that, yes.
So it would surprise you so you don't believe that any of the other restaurants or businesses on Bennett Street share that same parking lot, or you're without knowledge to testify to that?
So, since the club has been closed, we have not had any experience any issues.
Have you seen any cars parked in that parking lot at all since the club's been closed, or since 1145's been closed?
There's always a few cars parked there. I don't know where they are parking, but not to the same extent as when the club is in operation.
And once again, can you explain why you believe that 1145 is a club, or where that opinion is based from?
Sorry, can you restate?
So you call 1145 a club. They're licensed as a restaurant. Why do you call 1145 a club? Or what forms that belief that it's a club, that term?
It's in the media. It's listed as Club 1145.
Where's it listed where did you see it listed as Club 1145?
I've seen it in past complaints.
In past complaints, okay. So you do not have any knowledge of any violent incidents inside of 1145 except for the recent May event. Is that accurate?
That's not accurate today. Maybe pre-May 12th, after the mass shooting.
Yes.
I was not aware of the track record the club had.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm very aware.
Okay. But you have no personal knowledge of any other violent incidents inside of 1145?
Not prior to May 12th. Now after May 12th, I've done my research, and yes, I am very aware.
Were you aware of any violent incidents outside of 1145 prior to May 12th?
I was not aware.
You're not aware. So you were not, prior to May 12th, although you've listed a lot of your concerns, none of those concerns about 1145 involved concerns of the harm from the threat of violence. They were primarily centered around trash and traffic and other things of that nature, correct? Is that accurate?
Safety is of primary concern.
But
trash, not so much. It's the
Yeah.
safety of my students, of my patrons, especially my elderly patrons.
I understand, but you had no personal knowledge of any physical. You had no personal knowledge of any violent acts at or around 1145 prior to after this incident. That's when you learned of other incidents, correct?
Not prior to May 12th.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't know if you heard, but I represent Bennett Street Properties, the actual, not the club itself, but the whole area, the mall, and all the other properties that are located in that area. And I would like to share my screen. Trying to share my screen and
So, do you have a share button at the bottom? It's bright green at the bottom of the screen. And are you sharing a document that's already in evidence?
Okay, it is not, Your Honor, it's just a map.
Okay.
And I would
Any
have
objection?
It's just a map.
Is the Google
Oh.
area, so we can know what we're talking about, because we're talking about streets and locations and
Any
things like
objection?
that. And I will submit
Is it
a
demonstrative?
snapshot.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, I'll admit it as a demonstrative exhibit.
Okay,
Do you wanna give it a number?
sure, we can delete number one.
Number one.
Number two, because the
Number
one
two.
is the lead.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Just again.
So there should be a green share button at the bottom. What happens when you click that? There you go.
Are you able to see that on your screen?
I do.
Okay. Okay. So, as far as I can, so I can tell here, I actually, the way I obtained this screen is just by Googling Terminus Ballet. And as you can see, it's being pointed right there in red, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you recognize this area, and where the red is that your business, correct?
That's the building in which our business is located. Correct.
Okay, okay. And like you testified, that does not belong to Bennett Properties, that's not your landlord, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and when you look at Bennett Street, and on that, is on my right, but on that side is Beach Street, and then you have to go through Bennett Street in order to get to your, business, correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware that that part of Bennett Street, the access from Peach Street, is actually private property and not public property?
I'm not aware that it's private property.
Okay. So the parking lot that we're talking about for 1145, it is just that parking lot there around the building, right? The 1145 building, which is the first building.
Is that Terminus? What's 1145?
That is 2110 Peach Street is the first building. Your ballet is here, that's the last building, and then you have the first building up the front of the street, that's 1145.
Yeah, 1140 is this first building that you see as you enter the street.
Okay, and just for the sake of, I cannot point here.
You
but
can touch a
you
screen
see
and it will make a
my-
mark.
Yeah, can you see here?
Yes,
Okay, that's 1145, correct?
that's correct.
Okay, and this is your business, correct?
That's the building, our business.
Yeah.
It's not our exact location, but yes.
Okay, and then the parking lot we're talking about, is all this parking lot around here?
Yeah, on this map, it's listed as 2107 and 2118.
Okay, but this is the area, correct?
That's correct.
And do your students, they use this parking lot as well?
They do not.
They do not, okay, but they have to cross that area,
That's correct. That's the only way to get to our business.
okay. Have you, and I know you've been asked that before, but just confirming, you never contacted the landlord for any particular complaints?
The landlord of 1145.
Yes, the Bennett Street properties.
I have not. I have contacted our property managers
Okay,
who have been in communication with the owner,
okay,
from what they have told me.
okay, and those complaints, did any violent or even, did anybody ever approach any of your students?
Besides what I've iterated around the club's valet stopping vehicles in the middle of the street, not allowing them to pass for no apparent reason,
Okay,
I have had no complaints or occasion of violent acts on any of our students.
okay. And when you say not allow them to pass, again, through that Bennett Street Northwest, which you are not aware is private property, correct?
I'm not aware it's private property.
Okay,
It is Bennett Street Northwest.
yeah, okay. Now, when you have performances at your business, do you know if your customers or the people that come to attend those performances if they use any of the parking lot in that area?
The area in which you pointed, they do not. We hire a security officer for all our events, just to help ensure that parking is available and that our patrons feel safe.
Where is the parking that they use?
We have a dedicated parking spot in front of where our school is located. You can see these parking spots on a diagonal. And then this area just across the street of Bennett Street is also public parking that is available.
Do you know who this area belongs to right in front of your?
That's just a big power facility from what I understand. I don't know who owns it. I'm assuming it's civic in nature.
But to your knowledge, all this parking spot around Bennett Street is public?
Yes,
Again,
to
you're
my
not
knowledge.
aware if this is actually in actuality private property?
I'm wondering if our property managers knows it's private property, because I have not been told that.
Okay. Let me see, do you know of any other business around this mall? Like I see there's a hair salon and other clubs and other business around this area. Are you aware of any problems coming out of those other businesses?
No.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Any regret?
No, Your Honor.
Any reason he can't be excused?
No, Your Honor, he can be excused.
Okay, you're excused. If you'd like to stay more, you can. All right, ready to call your next witness?
Yes. Stacy Savatsky.
And the deputy will swear you in. before you sit
Just
down.
raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm that the testimony you shall give to the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And ma'am, if I can get you to state your name and spell it for the record, please.
Stacy Savatsky, S-T-A-C-E-Y, S-A-V-A-T-S-K-Y.
Do pass it.
Good afternoon, Ms. Savatsky. Are you familiar with the property address of 2110 Peachtree?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with that property address?
I work down the street on Bennett Street in the Museum of Contemporary Art of Georgia.
And what is your position at the Museum of Contemporary Art?
I'm the archivist and director of collections and exhibitions.
And how long have you been working for the Museum of Contemporary Art?
I started full-time in 2017, but I was contract for about 8 months before that.
Okay, so you've been a neighbor of 2110 Peachtree since 2017?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know that particular property address to be a restaurant or a club?
It's a club as far as I know.
And why would you say it's a club?
Just the happenings around it, it seems that there's lines of people at the door. There's a lot of kind of partying going on, usually late at night. Just feels like a club, but I've never been inside.
Okay. Has the operation of 1145, the business that's at 2110 Peachtree, has it affected the Museum of Contemporary Art?
Yes.
Can you tell the court how their operation has affected where you work?
Couple different ways. For staff, just the shootings and not just the most recent one, but I know things have happened in the past where I've actually been there and been trapped at MoCA, not being able to get out because of police investigating. It's scary. The staff doesn't like doesn't feel comfortable leaving events that we have periodically that are in the evening when it's dark. We've hired off-duty police as security during evening events now. We started doing that a couple of years ago as it started to get worse. When we have fundraisers especially, but I think it's happened once or twice during opening receptions and artist talks, we've had, like when patrons come down Bennett Street, they're stopped by the valets. There's always a bunch of valets up there sort of asking people to roll down windows, you know, wanting to get money. And in a couple of cases, people have been charged for parking even down towards Mocha. And the officers that we have as security for us have had to go back to the valets and say, you need to give them their money back. They're parking in, you know, on the street across from the Tula Art Building that isn't owned by anybody. I don't know who, I guess it's City of Atlanta because it's parking that we all use for the Tula Art Building. And we've had, I mean, for our fundraisers, we often have a slightly older group of people that are donors for the museum. And I've heard them over the past few years, people sort of complain about feeling very uncomfortable coming down.
Objection hearsay.
Okay. Yeah, please refrain from telling what someone else told you outside.
Ms. Sabowski, you said that that the museum has to employ off-duty officers. Why is that?
Just making sure everybody gets out safely. There's a lot of stuff that like people coming down Bennett Street, yelling, screaming, very sort of uncomfortable behavior by people partying, you know. I know on the when was it, the 5th of May this past year, it sort of all culminated when we had an off-site fundraiser. We had it off-site because parking is miserable there. And then we were coming back, it was probably at 11 o'clock at night, and we had a U-Haul, the staff each had their cars, we were just trying to get our equipment back to the museum. And it took forever just to turn down Bennett Street. There were people like holding drinks, like walking slowly in and out of traffic, and you couldn't move. It was weird. And they were everywhere. And it took like 20 minutes probably getting down and then getting back. We had to like go behind the alley behind the building just to get out. It was crazy. It felt like a street party.
So you would agree that the operation of 1145 caused the museum inconvenience?
Yeah.
Objection.
Right. Well, I mean,
It is leading, but he said his objection was leading. Yeah. It's a preliminary matter.
Okay.
I'll give it the proper weight.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Kavinsky, other than that particular night, can you describe traffic when 1145 is in operation?
yeah, they usually start like blocking off down the road, like valet areas. And I think it seems a lot farther than they should be. I'm not sure who owns what, but I've always been led to believe that the parking places right across from Tula were open to everybody, but they block a lot of that off like far down. And it's just hard for people to find a parking place. We have valets for the fundraisers, that our own valets, just to sort of find a place to park. And again, the police that we hire, the off-duty police officers, security, are there to make sure that our patrons feel safe coming into the building and that there's no problems with the other valets that are at the top of the street trying to find parking or charging them ridiculous amounts of money for parking. Ours are complimentary.
Okay.
And just feeling of discomfort when we leave. The officer that we hire, he stays there until the staff cleans up and are out the door and in their cars, just to make sure everybody's safe leaving.
Okay. And Ms. Savosky, have you yourself ever experienced hearing amplified sound coming from 1145's lounge?
Well, not from inside Mocha, are you talking about, or are you talking about like going to my car?
Just, have you ever heard noise emanating from 1145?
Yeah, just because people are outside in the streets, but not from the inside, because I'm down the hill.
Okay. Approximately how far is the museum from 1145, 2110 Peachtree?
I'm not good with distance. I would say city block wise, like 1.5 maybe to 2 city blocks. The Tula building is sort of halfway down on the right hand side. It's under the Terminus Dance Studio. We are in the same building right on the bottom floor.
Okay. Is there any other information that you would like the court to know how 1145 operates? Oh, let me back up. Since 1145 has been closed, can you tell me the atmosphere of the Bennett Street area?
There's definitely a difference. We have had an opening reception and an artist talk in the evenings in the last couple months, and they've been on a Friday and a Thursday. And it just, people are parking, there's nobody complaining, nobody's having trouble getting down the street. It's just it's much quieter.
Okay. And is there anything additional that you would like to know, let the court know about how 1145's operation affects the museum?
I think I've pretty much said everything.
Okay, thank you.
Cross-examination?
So you testified you've been on Bennett Street since 2017, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with any other eating and drinking establishments, restaurants, or clubs on Bennett Street?
There's a Taranga on the top next to 2411, and then there's I think like a hookah bar that's across the street from that at the top, and I think there's a new restaurant like around the corner at the bottom on the other side of us. It's not Bennett Street, but it's right around the corner.
So there's at least two other restaurant or clubs on Bennett Street.
Yes.
Right? Do you know where the patrons of those establishments park, or is there a lot of parking? Do you know where they park?
I think that for the one around the corner, they have their dedicated parking space, and I think the Taranga and the other one are parking up at the very top. In that, there's like a parking lot that's right across from 24, and then there's parking around the back and right in that area. So they've seemed to. I mean, it's been quiet, so I think they've been staying up there. Rather than inside.
24 is?
1120 is. I'm sorry, I've never been to the club. I just pass it every day.
You mean 1145?
1145.
Okay,
That's
sorry.
it. Yeah, I'm dyslexic.
Yeah, so what you're saying is, for your belief, you believe the patrons of Taranga and Zari park in the same parking lot across from 1145?
Yes, in the same area.
Yes. So when you talk about the traffic and the issues you're having, in reality, you're talking about traffic that generates from the top of the hill around that parking lot, correct?
Well, when you're driving down, yes, you're trying to get out. That's where the valets are. But then as you get down much further, closer to MoCA, to the Tula Art Building, across the street, that they block off some of that all the way down, not like right across the street, but part way down across the street. So it's a good distance from the club at the corner.
Who is they?
Whoever the valets are that put those stanchions up in the, yeah.
So those valets don't just control the lot across 1145, they block off more areas further down Bennett Street?
They do.
Do you know who is controlling the valet? Do you know who the valets, whose control they're under?
I don't. I did talk to one of them, or I think I got the number through our security and just asked them to be courteous because we were having an event. And I think I did that once a long time ago. But usually our security person is constantly talking to them to try to keep them, in line. If we didn't have our security person, we would have a lot more problems, I think, with them getting our patrons to pay them for parking, which is across from the Tula building.
Have you encountered any acts of violence personally, or is anybody do you have personal knowledge of any acts of violence for any of the patrons or employees of the Museum of Contemporary?
Not our patrons. I have I mean, you may probably stop me. I know artists have told me that they've seen people with weapons, like coming out of the car. But again, I can't give you names, you know, it's just sort of comments in passing. Yeah, no.
So really, it appears that the primary concern, correct me if I'm wrong, but it appears that your primary concern from 1145 is in reality a concern about traffic and congestion and other issues related to parking. Is that accurate?
Yeah, but it's not traffic because it's not the cars that are doing it, it's the people.
It's the people.
Yeah, and you know, it makes for an atmosphere of discomfort when you feel kind of forced to roll down your window as you know, and state your business on a road going down to the museum. The other thing I didn't mention, I don't think I mentioned in the report, is I come in to work early, and there's oftentimes just garbage and cups and stuff everywhere, all the way down, all over the ground. Now, someone is hired and they eventually clean it up, but it's disconcerting to see that as you come to work in the morning every day. It looks like a bomb went off with stuff everywhere.
So what you're saying is sometimes you'll see trash and debris going down the street, but at some point, somebody, you said, how do you know someone's hired? Do they come on a regular basis to clean it up?
They do eventually clean it up, but it's not always before we get to work in the morning, yeah.
How early do you go to work?
I get to work at 8.
At 8 a.m. Around what time, from your experience, do they clean up? Does it vary or?
Sometimes I mean, I don't see it constantly, but I have seen it. It usually doesn't last for like days or anything. It just, I've noticed it when I've gone to work in the morning here and there.
Here and there. So you've never had it's never been to the degree that you've had to contact code enforcement or anybody else to deal with those issues. No. I heard you testify that you can't hear the noise from 1145 from your building. However, you said you just hear the noise from traffic and people being outside sometimes.
Yes.
So you've never had to call code enforcement or anyone else for noise violations?
No.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Hi, Stacey, I represent Bennett Street Properties, and I am just gonna put it on my computer again, just for the benefit of everybody, knowing what exactly we were talking about when we were talking about the property and where you're located, et cetera. Can you see the map?
Yes.
Okay, so I put this map before to show the ballet place, but is it MoCA located in the same building?
Yes, so if you're looking at the red dot, Terminus is actually a little bit to the left, where the black awning is.
Okay.
And we're basically underneath Terminus, but a little bit to the right.
Okay.
Because there's 2 floors.
So is this building where?
Yes,
you
to
work
the left,
in?
yeah.
Okay. And do you know, are you aware that all this area coming from Peachtree, including all this area, including this building, sorry, it pops out things that I don't want it to pop. Including this building, this is 1145, correct?
Yes.
And then you have the hair salon, you have another Turanga here, and then Kasi, which is a spa, and that area. Are you aware that all of this belongs to Bennett Street Properties?
I don't know who belongs to what, but now I do.
Okay. Do you know, have you ever contacted anybody from Bennett Street Properties?
Do they have a office in there, like where your arrow is right now? Well,
They
down
do.
a bit? Okay, yeah,
Yes.
I've talked to someone in there to see if he'd let us use this space back here
Okay,
for additional parking for events because we're so strapped for
okay,
for space because this is where we have a problem where they
okay.
kind of come down here and start
Okay.
charging.
Are you aware that this part of the Bennett Street, it's public?
Yeah.
But from this line here, you see this line,
Right.
like all this area,
Mm-hmm.
including all the parking lot in the area, and it's all private. Are you aware of that?
Yes, and it's down here that we have issues.
Okay, so when they stop you, they say the valet stops you. Where do they stop you?
They usually are up here, you know, trying to figure
Okay.
it out, but sometimes it's down around this curve.
Okay.
It just depends. For me, if I have my Tula sign, I just point to the Tula, because I have a little Tula thing in my car and I just point to it, so.
Perfect. So that place that you put your hand on, that it's Bennett Street, it says Bennett Street on the map, but are you aware that this is actual private property?
Up here,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, no, I guess I wasn't aware that it was private property. I figured that the parking lots were, but I figured
Okay.
the whole street was.
Well, I'll represent to you that is actually private property and has given passage to the city for your side of the road, which is actually public property.
Okay.
So, when you are stopped at this place by the valet, are they wearing uniforms? Do you know who they are?
Again, I'm not usually stopped so much because of the Tula sign. It's our patrons that are stopped
Okay.
as they come down, and they tell us that they were stopped. And sometimes they're charged for parking in this area, like closer to us. And
Okay.
the security person has to go back and say, you know, you charged.
When you, but you say you're not having any problems like that, or your patrons are not having problems like that now that 1145 has been out of business, correct?
No, we haven't had any issues.
Okay,
We haven't had any.
and, when you contact Bennett Street Properties to see if you could use the extra space for your parking, would they arrange that for you?
Yeah, that was probably about a year and a half, 2 years ago. I had one conversation with him and,
Okay.
yeah, and he said,
But
yeah.
would you say you have a good relationship? If you need to use the space again, you could contact them? Is that door open? Have you?
I haven't tried again, because the last two big fundraisers we have them off-site because we're having so many problems. I mean, that was a little bit helpful for staff, but it didn't solve our problems.
Okay.
Yeah.
What were the problems you were talking about?
The problems of parking issues and patrons feeling uncomfortable and,
Okay, but
Yeah.
those problems after 1145 stopped operations, you're not going through those problems?
yeah, we haven't felt that at all.
And did you have any problems with any other businesses in that mall other than 1145?
Nope.
Do they continue working and functioning?
Um,
Do you know if they are open?
I would assume they are not. I'm not there on the weekends. I work Fridays, and
Okay,
Tuesday through Friday. I mean,
Okay.
Monday through Friday.
so you don't know if the spas and the hair salon and the other place is open?
I don't know.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
I mean, I'm assuming they are.
okay. And have you ever had any problems with trash now that 1145 is not in operation?
I haven't seen that in the past, but again, as I said, it was periodic. It wasn't like every week I came in and there was trash everywhere. Maybe it was whoever they had to clean it up didn't work that day, and so it was everywhere. I couldn't tell you if it was like 3 months ago was the last time or 2 months ago, so.
Okay, okay. Well, I have no other questions, thank you.
Redirect? Yes. Mr. Vosky, at your evening events, when 1145 is operational, do you feel safe?
I feel safe because we have our security officer there, and I know that he's gonna be there until I get in my car and leave.
But if your security officer was not there, would you feel safe?
I wouldn't feel safe coming out. I mean, coming out at night?
Yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, Cross? Any reason she can't be excused?
No, Your Honor, she can be excused.
Okay, you're excused. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Honorable J.
Jake Turnbull.
Yes, sir.
Just turn and raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm that the testimony you shall give to the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
And sir, if I can get you to state your name and spell it for the record for me, please.
My name is Jake Turnbull.
Could you
Okay,
hear
you
him?
can be seated. Did you hear? Can you spell it for me?
Jake, Turnbull.
Jake.
Yes, ma'am. Would you like me to see?
You can sit right there.
Good afternoon, Mr. Turnbull. Are you familiar with the property address of 2110 Peachtree?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you familiar with that property address, sir?
I'm the manager of Cafe Sunflower, and we're adjacent to that property, Club 1145.
Okay, can you speak directly into the microphone? I can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm the manager of Cafe Sunflower Buckhead, and our property is adjacent to Club 1145.
Okay. And what's your current position at Cafe Sunflower, I'm sorry?
General manager.
Okay. And as general manager, what hours do you presently work?
Roughly from 10:45 to 10 p.m.
Okay. And have you ever had any incidents with the property address of 2110 Peachtree, also known as 1145 Lounge?
To specify me personally, or?
You personally?
No.
Okay. Have you ever heard about any incidents that emanated from the property address?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what kind of incidents were those?
We've had run-ins with Club 1145 patrons. Well, our staff have.
Okay.
I have two specific instances, if you'd like me to recount them.
Yes, please.
One time, one of our servers was taking out the trash, and you saw a couple of dudes behind the dumpster, and he knew the situation. He knew the situation at hand,
Hold
and
on
he
one
left
second.
fast.
Hold on one second.
They
You can
weren't-
testify to whatever you saw, but not what someone told you. Are you able to do that?
What I saw, no, I haven't.
Okay.
Haven't seen anything.
Okay. Does the traffic emanating from 2110 affect Cafe Sunflower?
I would say not.
Okay. And do you know 2110 Peachtree to be a restaurant or a club?
A club.
Okay. And why would you say it's a club?
There's always music playing, there's a large line, people are screaming, shouting, they're having a good time, it's a club.
Okay. And you said that the property that you're employed at is adjacent to 1145?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you yourself ever experienced amplified sound coming from Club 1145?
When I'm outside, yes.
Okay. And do you have any specific concerns with 2110 Peachtree?
Personally, or as a representative of Cafe Sunflower?
Both.
I'd say for both, I'm concerned that there's stray bullets flying around in the parking lot. It may hit our patrons, it may hit people in Brookwood Square, it may hit our staff, they're hardworking, they're taking out the trash. I mean, the chances are very low, but it could happen.
Have you yourself ever experienced any shootings happening in the parking lot?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Does Cafe Sunflower have off-duty officers working for them?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Does Brookwood have off-duty officers, security?
I cannot ascertain the truth of that information because I don't have access to it.
Okay.
I mean, from what I've seen police cars stationed at Brookwood Square after closing hours. However, I don't know if they're employed by Brookwood Square to be there.
Is Brookwood Square the building you're in?
Yeah, I think they're the property management group.
Okay, how far is Houston's from Cafe Sunflower?
I'd say a 30-second walk.
Okay, have you ever seen patrons coming from 1145 walking through Brookwood Square or Houston's?
I've never seen Club 1145 patrons actively crossing through Brookwood Square. However, I've seen them utilize the back of Brookwood Square, which is staff parking for Cafe Sunflower and other commercial buildings. I've seen them walk around in that area and park there, and then walk over to Club 1145. However, walking directly to Houston's, I don't think I have.
Okay, and since the club has been closed, can you tell the court about the atmosphere in the area?
It's definitely a lot quieter near closing time, that's for sure.
Okay, and when 1145 is operational, do you feel safe at night?
Me personally, yes.
Okay, thank you, nothing further.
Cross-examination?
How you doing, Mr. Turnbull?
Well, thank you.
You mentioned that you've seen, you're answering a question about security at Brookwood Square. For your knowledge, have you seen off-duty officers outside of 1145 before?
Prior to them closing,
Yes, when they were open.
when they were open,
Yes.
I can't say that I have.
Okay. I read through your statement that you provided to the city of Atlanta, and from my understanding, you did question every staff member and ask them their thoughts about 1145. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And looking at your statement, most of those interactions with staff members were neutral in nature. Is that accurate?
Yeah, most.
Yeah. So every staff member doesn't have a negative. Did not say negative. Every staff member didn't have a negative opinion about 1145, or every staff member didn't.
No, are you saying negative opinion or negative interaction with the club?
Negative interaction. Every staff member hadn't had a negative interaction with 1145.
Yes, not every staff member had a negative interaction with Club 1145.
And that's all I have.
Any cross? Any redirect?
You said not every employee had a negative incident, but did some of your employees have negative incidents with Club 1145?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any recross? Okay, any reason he can't be excused?
No, Your Honor, you can be excused.
You can be excused. If you'd like to stay and watch, you can, but you definitely don't have to.
Thank you very much for your time, Your Honor. Good.
The city calls Wilbert James.
Wilbert James. And Judge, I think that's gonna be our last witness for today.
That's fine.
And then we can pick back up in the morning.
We can reconvene tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Do we have an update on what's happening? Okay, so we have a presiding calendar at 9:30 that won't take more than half an hour, so we'll get started by 10. So if you try to come between 9:30 and 10, we'll be able to start right at 10.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. 10 o'clock start time, but try to get here between 9:30 and 10 to get set up. Thank you.
Just turn and raise your right hand. Do you swear firm that the testimony you shall give to the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sir, if I can get you to state your name and spell it for the record for me, please.
Wilbert James, WILBERT,
Good afternoon, Mr. James. Mr. James, can you tell the court how you employed?
I'm employed by the City of Atlanta in Watershed as the collection manager
And how long have you been employed with the City of Atlanta?
for over 15 years.
And how long have you been in your current job title as the collections manager?
12 years.
Okay, and what are your job duties?
My job duties is the custodian of all the delinquent accounts at the city, that the Watershed Department holds.
Okay, are you familiar with the property address of 2110 Peach Street?
Yes,
Is that property address in the City of Atlanta, Fulton County?
yes.
How are you familiar with that property?
I'm familiar with the property because it continued to carry a delinquent balance.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as petitioner number 7. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes,
And can you tell the court what that document is?
this is our monthly water bill that is sent out to our constituents.
Okay, is that document kept in the normal course of business?
Yes,
And is it routine to make and keep such documents in your course of business as the collection manager?
yes,
And was that document made near the time that the water amount was reported?
yes,
And was that record made by a person who had knowledge and transmitted by a person with knowledge who reported such knowledge in the regular course of business?
yes.
And how is that information kept?
It is kept in our system, which is called Enquesta.
And do you have access to Enquesta?
Yes, I do.
Are you an authorized user of Enquesta?
Yes,
And do you have a terminal connection to Enquesta?
yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to turn to evidence petitioner number 7.
And it's admitted and you can produce it.
Okay. What is the overdue water amount?
The overdue water amount at this particular time is $78,571.84.
Okay. And have you had issues with this particular property address in their water bill previously?
Yes.
Can you tell the court about the issues that you've had with 2110 Peach Street?
So what is occurring is that they will make a payment, and within a couple of days, that payment will come back as insufficient funds.
Okay, and how is payment made?
Payments being made online.
Okay, and how much was paid on that particular water bill?
This particular water bill, what was paid was $73,885.
And did the check come back insufficient?
Yes.
Okay, and does that property currently have water?
No.
And when was the water disconnected?
The water was disconnected within the 30 days after we received the insufficient funds.
Okay, and has there been any attempt to reconnect the service or pay the water bill?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you, nothing further. Your Honor, I would like to tender that bill into evidence.
Any objection to the bill?
No.
It's admitted.
Beverage?
Yes. Thank you. Over what period of time was this bill accrued?
Pardon me?
Over what period of time was this bill accrued?
Well, because of the checks that are coming back, that's why it is at that particular
So
amount.
some of it is fees, not?
Yes, ma'am.
So, I'm trying to get clarity about when this water was shut off. How long have you, been familiar with this property, or at least the water bill of this property?
I've been familiar with this within the last 60 to 90 days.
Oh, 60, 90 days. So you don't have any knowledge about what the bill was prior to 90 days ago?
I do, just based on in the Enquester system.
Okay, after looking at the system, do you know how long 1145 has had a outstanding balance?
This goes all the way back to 2023.
2023. And what is for your understanding, what's the process when when a business has outstanding balance? What is the process? When does the city determine to shut off the water? Or is there any, what's the process of dealing with these delinquent
Well, we will shut the water off after 60 days. But what has occurred in this situation is that they will make a payment, the account will be current, and then the check will come back in sufficient funds, so it would never run total 60 days for us to shut the water off.
So has the so you said you became, you said you became aware of this account between 60 and 90 days. Did you become aware of this account after the incident that happened in early May, after the shooting that happened at 1145, or was it before that shooting?
Before that.
How far before the shooting?
I can't tell you how far before the shooting, but it came across my desk because of the insufficient funds where the checks were being paid and the funds was coming back.
But the water had never been shut off prior to the shooting, to your knowledge, had it?
To my knowledge, I think the water was shut off a couple of times before. I can't tell you specifically when that water was shut off, but I know that the water was terminated at one time.
Have you had any communication with the owner of 1145, Mr. Daffy, at all?
Not me personally. I don't know if one of my staff members have, but I can check into that.
And that's all.
Hi, Mr. James. I represent Bennett Street Properties, the actual owner of the whole, that property around, including 1145. Just a couple of questions. You already responded, you have not notified the owner about the spending water. And if you look at the water bill, it is on, it is directed to Sovereign Entertainment LLC, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and that is the tenant, is that correct?
that is the name that's on the account. We don't know specifically who the tenant is because they have not changed the name, or anyone have not changed a particular name of the account.
Okay, and now, do you also, if other properties on that mall had a bill like that, or any collection spending with the city watershed, would you be aware of that?
Yes, at some point.
Okay, and are you aware of any other properties or any other readers out there that have been shut down?
Within 1125?
With it is basically, let me get the other addresses for you. I can show you again. So do you go to the property?
I do not.
You do not? Okay. Are there any other properties on Bennett Street that you are aware of that had the old?
Not me personally, but I don't know if my staff is aware.
Okay, so you cannot tell me if there are other locations on Bennett Street that had the reader shut off?
I cannot tell you that at this minute, no ma'am.
Okay, you would have to research, look into it.
Right, and talk to my staff.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, you aren't.
Anything else?
One more question. One more question. How long, I mean, you're familiar with, commercial water bills. Approximately, how long would it, can a 78, have you, in your experience, have you ever seen a bill of that magnitude of close to $80,000 accumulated, for a commercial property in less than a year?
I've seen bills higher than that.
For
Now, you have to understand that this, we're not just talking about water, we're talking about water and sewer.
that's not a question.
No, you aren't.
Okay, you can be excused.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for your testimony. Okay, we'll recess for today and start tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Your Honor,